počeo da radim pošto sam sistem menadžer za računare, na računaru sam pravio spiskove i raspored putovanja konvojima kojima ljudi odlaze iz Sarajeva. Najzanimljivije je bilo organizovati putovanje konvoja i dobavka hrane i lijekova koji su članovi jevrejske zajednice iz svijeta, to je prevoz sa aerodroma putem uz pomoć UNPROFOR-a koji je pratio naš kamion. Treba da nađete mjesto u tom haosu i da se družite sa ljudima koji imaju istu namjeru kao i vi, pa da postignete svoj mir. Ja vam želim svu sreću.
One of them is the second, the Just Peace building and the building of the civil society. So we will speak about how churches and the civil society have the impact on the opinion, public opinion, to promote and give this just peace. And the first person on our list of presenters today is Bishop Milan Stipic, as the bishop of the Križevac Diocese of Greek Catholic Church in Croatia. Can you hear me? Glory to Jesus Christ. Yes, I can hear you very well. Yes, we can hear you as well. Thank you for joining us. It's a pity you couldn't come here, but we know you have parliamentary elections in Croatia right now. It's a very important thing, but we are happy to see you online and to have the opportunity to hear you. Thank you, and I would like to say hello to everyone here in Ukraine, especially those who are participating in this important and interesting meeting. And I would like also to congratulate those who have come from Croatia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Bosnia and Serbia and Montenegro. And I would like to speak about the ecumenical movement in Croatia. So I will speak about the most important things. I will share our experience in times of war, the war which we had in the beginning of 1990s. The Catholic Church of Croatia comprises about 80% of the population, and it has 13 Catholic dioceses and one Greek Catholic diocese. We are all united in the Croatian Bishop Conference, and we also have a council on the ecumenical matters. The biggest spiritual community in Croatia is the Serbian Orthodox Church, and the ecumenical movement mostly pertains to the relations between these two churches. There are very few Protestants, and there are some evangelists. So we can say the most important topic in the relations in the ecumenical movement is related to the relations between the Serbian Orthodox Church and the Catholic Church in Croatia. Since 1920, the territory of Croatia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Slovenia has been the territory of the canonical Serbian Orthodox Church. It's very important because at that time the Yugoslavia was a kingdom, and the king, actually was cooperating with the church. It has been working with the Ukrainians in Croatia, who came here as the refugees because it is only the Serbian Orthodox Church that can actually care for these people. I should also note that the Christian faith was adopted in Croatia between the 6th and 8th centuries, and the first meeting with the Holy See took place in 641. At that time, the Croats received the papal ambassador, and they have mostly the Rome Catholic Church and only, some representatives of the Greek Catholic Church. The Greek Catholics in Croatia are the former refugees from the east of Europe, and then they brought their faith with them. But politically and culturally, they have become a part of the Croatian nation. In the 17th century, the Russians from Transcarpathia and Slovakia came here, and they also joined our diocese, and then Ukrainian from Halychina came here as well. That was in the beginning of the 20th century. So they joined our diocese because they were looking for a better life, and they bought land there, and they still live here. So now all these people together are an integral part of our Križevas diocese. And I should say that the ecumenical relations were positive for us starting from the 19th century, and when the church matters started being involved into the political matters, and the church became a part of the national public opinion, that caused some problems with the ecumenical relations. And I should say that the ecumenical matters on the territory of the former Yugoslavia were problematic because of the political aspect. After the Second Vatican Council, the former countries, Yugoslavia countries, started creating the the meetings of theological institutes, the Orthodox in Belgrade and the Catholic in Zagreb, and they had positive impact on the relations between the Orthodox and Catholic churches on the territory of the former Yugoslavia. The people for the first time had the opportunity to see the representatives of different Christian churches praying together in one church. So this was an ecumenical week, which we hold every January. On the other hand, the goals set by the encyclical Unitatis Redintegratio are increasingly being realized. We can say that we've had some very famous ecumenists, Tomislav Sagibunic and Martin Kirigin, who were great ecumenists, and also we had the Catholic newspaper Glas Concila. Among the Orthodox, we can name a bright example of Bishop Andrei and the Catholic Bishop Pichler in Banja Luka, which is now in Bosnia and Herzegovina. They were very good examples of ecumenical work. And even the Orthodox bishop gave them the possibility to use the Orthodox Church while the Catholic Church was being restored. It was a great example of cooperation and of positive cooperation. During the Pedagogic War from 1991 to 1995, the relations between Serbs and Croats got aggravated significantly, and the Catholic and Orthodox churches suffered various ecumenical problems in their relations. At that time, Catholic and Orthodox bishops, as well as some political figures, expressed a desire for bishops to meet and discuss the possibilities of peace regardless of the armed hostilities. Such meetings during wartime improved the chances of peace greatly, or at least we can say they contributed to a better understanding between the warring parties. In times when the Orthodox and Catholic bishops had meetings in times of war, they did a very interesting, made a very interesting declaration. There were also the representatives of the Islamic religious community there, because in Bosnia and Herzegovina we have 51% of Muslim population, and so we can say that this was not just an ecumenical but an interfaith community, and they took a decision which consists of 5 items which are very important. The first one is that we do not believe we have the authority to take any political decisions. The second was we condemn the crimes of both warring parties. The third, we stand for peace, nonviolence, and tolerance. Fourth, representatives of all religious communities should work to establish peace. And the fifth, all clergy and the territories where the military operations are taking place should be allowed free access to their faithful and the opportunities for pastoral care. This is very important, and I think that they have achieved very good results at that time. In the 21st century, especially when we speak about Catholic Orthodox relations, we should mention the so-called Mixed Commission. It was composed of Catholic and Orthodox bishops and experts, and was established by the decree of Pope Francis to study the life and activity of the Croatian blessed Alojzij Stepinac, who was the former Zagreb Archbishop and Metropolitan, who was declared a criminal by Yugoslav communist history, and to whom Serbian Orthodox Church was opposed. They didn't want him to be canonized. The commission did not come to any specific conclusions, except that they concluded they cannot agree on anything. So unfortunately, that was the end. There was a great dissatisfaction among the Croats because why it was necessary to have a Serbian and Croat International Commission to canonize one blessed Croatian. However, there were some good and positive examples. Of course, there was a lot of extremism and a lot of hatred and hate speech, which were publicly expressed, but there were also very good examples of Christian love and the gospel that are remembered in the history of both Croatia and Serbia, I would like to offer you two quotations before I finish my speech. His Beatitude Patriarch of the Serbian Orthodox Church said, and I'm telling you, if Great Serbia had to be preserved at the cost of a crime, I would never agree to it. Let Great Serbia disappear, but to preserve it at the cost of a crime is a no-no. If it was only possible to preserve Little Serbia at the cost of a crime, I would not agree to that either. I would not agree to letting Little Serbia disappear, but not to preserve it at the cost of a crime. And if it was necessary to preserve the last Serb, then I was the last Serb, and to preserve him at the cost of a crime, no, I would not agree. Let us disappear, but let us disappear as people, because then we will not disappear. We will go into the hands of the living God. On the other hand, His Beatitude Cardinal Francisco Kuharic, our Metropolitan and Archbishop of Zagreb, said in 1999, at the beginning of the worst war, he said during his official sermon, our patriotism should not be poisoned by even a drop of hatred or revenge. The defense of freedom and peace is the right and duty, but always within the framework of legality and the rule of law. Therefore, nothing can be done against a person or against their property, nothing that would be illegal. Our patriotism shouldn't be racist, imperialistic, or chauvinist. Our patriotism is Christian, so I think I should tell you what should be done. If my enemy burned down my house, I will not burn them down. If he destroyed my church, I wouldn't destroy his church. I would protect it. If he left his home, I wouldn't steal anything from him. If he killed my father, my brother, my sister, I wouldn't give it back, but I would honor the life of his father, brother, son, and sister. This is, dear brothers and sisters, is the gospel. It may be difficult to understand for a person who is depressed and humiliated, and for a nation that is depressed and humiliated, but this is gospel, and this is the key to our victory. Whether we do it or not defines whether we will become the victims of the serpent. So these are the words of the Archbishop, the words he said in 1991 in the beginning of the war. In this sense, I have basically finished my speech. I have written an article on that, so you can read it to get more information. But I would like to say that in Croatia we have a very close emotional connection with you because the situation you are living through is something that reminds us of our history, and I should say that you have full-fledged support from our side, spiritual support and other kinds of support. Thank you all very much. Thank you for your report, the historical background, and the Gospels. Thank you for mentioning all those spiritual figures. Thank you for speaking Ukrainian. It was very impressive that you speak Ukrainian so well, because I don't think we can speak Croatian that well. Thank you. So we have already started, and let us continue because we have many speakers today. They are very respectable and important persons. So according to the plan I have, the next speaker is the Archbishop Boris from the Montenegrin Orthodox Church. Bishop Boris, would you speak from here or from the rostrum?
I would like to apologize that I do not speak Ukrainian so well. Dear friends, first and foremost, I would like to greet all of you and express my gratitude for the invitation to participate in this extremely important gathering. The Montenegrin Orthodox Church, since its renewal during the war-torn 90s, has served as a pillar of support and solace to all, regardless of their faith or their nationality. We strive to provide assistance to all those in need to the best of our abilities. It also serves as a center for the Ukrainian community who have found refuge in Montenegro, with one of our bishops being Ukrainian. Unfortunately, we regret that this support cannot be greater. As the Montenegrin Church is heavily discriminated against by the current authorities in Montenegro who are aligned with Moscow. We believe that the role of religious communities is crucial in the process of reconciliation. Overcoming divisions as well as healing from the traumas of war. Religious communities, they exist to provide healing to all who have suffered in various ways.
Crkva, čiji velikodostojnici svake godine idu u Srebrenicu, u Bosnu i Hercegovinu, kako bi se poklonili onima koji su ubijeni u genocidu. Tako isto smo uradili i prije par decenija u Vukovaru.
Unfortunately, in the Balkans, there are religious communities whose aim is not reconciliation and peace, but rather division, destruction, and denial of the crimes that have been committed. This only inflicts further pain on those who have lost loved ones. For decades, the Montenegrin Orthodox Church has been advocating for peace and coexistence in the Balkans. We are the only Orthodox Church whose dignitaries visit Srebrenica in Bosnia and Herzegovina every year to pay respect to those who were killed in the genocide. Following the Russian aggression against Ukraine, we have fully supported Ukraine's right to self-defense and condemned this criminal act. Ukrainian refugees in Montenegro have been welcomed by the Montenegrin Church as our closest kin. I reiterate, we are witnessing that some religious communities, unfortunately including Orthodox churches, serve as tools for spreading hatred and discretion. The Montenegrin Church will continue with its ecumenical goal and in cooperation with other religious communities in Montenegro and beyond. It will work towards overcoming all existing hostilities. Of course, the will of the other side is necessary, which currently doesn't exist. We pray to the Almighty God to enlighten those who use His name to spread hatred. Thank you, and Slava Ukraini, glory to Ukraine, glory to the heroes. Thank you for this beautiful Montenegrin language. We've almost understood everything. So we already heard Bishop from Croatia. Also, we had Boris Bojovic from Montenegro, and we also have Amra with us, who represents Bosnia and Herzegovina, Sarajevo. She's the director of the Small Steps Center for Dialogue, and she works in the field of peace building in her country, but she's also well known beyond Bosnia and Herzegovina. She's a well known expert in the field.
My name is Amra Panjo and I come from Sarajevo, the capital of Bosnia and Herzegovina, where as a 20 years old girl I endured the war. I spent 3.5 years in the siege of Sarajevo and continue to live in Sarajevo all 30 years after that until this moment now. First and foremost, I wish to convey greetings from my Bosnian people, along with their concern, hardship, and sorrow for the tragedy unfolding for the Ukrainian people. Every piece of news from your country is met with a shock and disbelief that such a horrors can happen again. Now, as a dreadful specter of war still looms over your heads, it's difficult to speak you about our peace. Nevertheless, I wish to bear witness. One day, even this war will be end. And there will sometimes pass months that you will not remember it. Light, God is always there. He was present before this dreadful war, He's present now, and He will be after it. Darkness is temporary, but He is eternal. I did not come as a humanitarian worker, nor can I unfortunately stop this war. I have come to testify my own path, my own truth, that I have transformed my pain into a mechanism of faith, forgiveness, humanity, and love. That is my path. In my neighborhood lies the graveyard of my friends who were killed in 20s. Throughout 1992, I was hungry in basement, waiting for an American intervention to save us. They came only 3.5 years later. We had no water, no electricity. While the shells and snipers were indiscriminately took lives, I felt a horrible war, fear, and I didn't have a chance to go out. It was the longest siege in the new history of the humanity. The Dayton Agreement was signed in 1995. The hills above Sarajevo were cleared by American artillery and peace came. From the beginning of the war, and even more strongly when the arrival of the peace, I felt that violence was not the way to solve problems. Our war did not solve the political problems we had before it took place. Nonetheless, they remained, and all we gained were more dead, wounded, destroyed, economy, nature, impoverishment, mental and physical illness, and consequences of war. Injustice has been done to me. I was just an innocent girl of 20 years old. Therefore, my main goal became not to inflict injustice on anybody else. I wanted all people around me to be safe. That includes Serbs who lived next to me and still living today. There are people who belong to my ethnic group and which my enemies belonged, but they did not do anything wrong, nor they agree with my enemies. I want justice and mercy for them. I pray to God that we may not wrong them. Personally, from the period of war until today, I have two goals. My first goal is to keep my mental health. And second one is to not lose my humanity. In a way, all other values and principles were died in the war for me. After the war, I did so many projects, but all of them had a goal that people come together and that I heal my community. And always when people are connected, they become mentally healthier and they gain the desire to be human. During the war, many citizens in Sarajevo did the same thing. So I will try to show you some photos from Sarajevo from war, which will remind you on your situation now, and to explain you how that non-violence resistance look in that time. This is, for example, election of Miss of Siege Sarajevo. Miss is something I also don't support so much. Please, girls, now follow my words, not from the text. Thank you. So this is not something what I usually watch normally today. But in that moment, it was resistance. You see, it's a little bit funny. Even they write, don't let them kill us. Like we are so beautiful, so don't let them kill us. So we tried even with humor to communicate our pain. But that also brings us possibility to keep our dignity. And dignity is most important in the trouble. Second photo. This is just to show you how we were also beautiful women of Bosnia, like your Ukrainian women are beautiful now. That we didn't have water, we didn't have electricity, we very much take care to have like everything look really nice, because again, it was about our dignity. Next. This is the rock concert of the Rick Springsteen who came in Sarajevo, and we were everybody on all concerts. Whoever come to visit us. This is, I said yesterday, this is one of the reasons I came here in Ukraine, because so many people come to us and it was so important for me. And this was like light of normal, spring of normal life in that sieged city. Next one. This is our famous musician, Vedran Smailovic, who is, I think, the best example of this non-violence resistance I'm trying to explain to you. So when a group of children were killed, every day Vedran were coming on that place and playing his cello. And then foreign journalists came and asked him, are you crazy? You are playing and they are shooting you from the hills. And he said, no, I'm not crazy. I'm producing the music. They are crazy. They are shooting on me. So that perspective is very important to understand. Okay, we must defend, we must accept the fight, but let's stay always aware about that. You know, what is good life which we want to live. That is the way to try to keep this mental health. Next one, please. This is a Bosnian song. you will hear now, and this is a Bosnian house. I wanted you louder, please, louder. I wanted to show you how it is beautiful in Bosnia and how Ukraine is beautiful. I wanted to bring you some light, so you will get Bosnian peace. I wanted to bring you just some little light. This is a Bosnian cake. Please, help yourself. So we cannot bring peace, but we can bring a moment of love and happiness to you. Thank you, Irina, for bringing us here. Thank you, Irina, for bringing us here. No, I have 2 sentences. You can slowly. You can slowly down. Okay. I will just say several sentences for the end, and I have a lot of science behind me. I did my PhD in religion and the peace, so you will get handout about that, how you can be peaceful religious workers if you want. And these are the science and conclusion of my work. I didn't want to take this precious time because I have only 2 days that I'm with you, and I have only several minutes to speak to you. I just wanted to tell you that you invited me to say how I survived the horror, and this was the way, because this was the triumph of life over death, the love of all people who conquer their nationalism, the all people who accept to be vulnerable, to be ready for change and for forgiveness. And that is why my people, Bosnian, are heroic, and Ukrainian people are heroic. Thank you very much.
Dr. Amraz, for your experience and for all you have feeling in 1990s. Надзвичайно цінна була, мені здається.
These were very valuable recollections, and also the treats you have brought have made our conference much better. I haven't eaten mine yet, so please don't put them away. It's a pity those online will not be able to try those, but we can, and we are very grateful. It was great, and I hope that this tradition will continue at other conferences. And we are continuing. Now we will have our Ukrainian speakers. Reverend Andrina Hirnyak, Deputy Head of the UGCC Social Affairs Department and the Director of the Caritas Ukraine Network Issues. He's from Kyiv. Father Andriy, the floor is yours. Thank you. Glory to Jesus Christ. Good morning. In fact, the main goal, which is also the goal of this meeting of ours, is to meet. Because, well, acquaintances, meetings are the things that change us. Well, personal meetings. Because it's very different when we write a letter to someone. We may sometimes be very straightforward and very cruel or very formal. We speak differently when we talk to someone on the phone, and then we speak even more differently when we look someone into the eyes. And today we have this opportunity to meet other people who may have different views, different priorities. They may even have some different values, at least partially. They may be different in terms of their political views or in terms of their denomination. But as the previous speaker said, well, we all are human, and we should not lose this. Yesterday, when we participated in that first part of our meeting during this conference, the experience of the Balkan countries, which is already 30 years old, is something that we feel very closely because war is our life today. It's losses of people, of property, of home. This is constant anxiety and tension, and what was mentioned yesterday as one of the biggest problems, this is not seeing the prospects, losing the prospects. These are the prospects for ourselves and for our children, and we are very worried about that, and that's what depresses us a lot right now. But what makes us stand out is also something we started mentioning yesterday. That's the fact that Ukraine managed to not drag the religious factor into the war. We don't have a religion-based war in any sense. In this war of Russia against Ukraine, Ukraine is not using the religious factors. Russia is trying to use religion because they call it the Holy War. But against whom? Against other Orthodox, against Christians? Or is it the holy war of Muslims against Muslims? This is a big opportunity for us. And I would say that this is our merit. We managed to create a situation where, despite the differences, cultural differences, national differences, religious differences, we don't have a religious war. There are some tensions. Of course, not everything is simple, especially when we speak about different denominations, even two Orthodox denominations. And we understand, and we mentioned about it yesterday, and our most speakers from the Balkans mentioned about it yesterday, that the Serbian Orthodox Church keeps sharing Putin's narratives. And we understand that the church, which was and still is connected, because the Bishop Onofri mentions the great master, yes, the master, Cyril, preserving this connection. We understand that this proves the connection through which something is being transmitted. And we understand what this structure that exists in Russia wants to transmit. We understand that this denomination, and we've been speaking about it with Father Andriy yesterday, that they are kind of a hostage of the situation in a way, and they may even be feeling the Stockholm syndrome in this situation when it's difficult not to love the person, the perpetrator. But in fact, in all these complicated situations, we understand that the religious factor in Ukraine is a peace-building factor, much more with a much bigger potential than the factor that could be used for evil purposes. The experience of Ukraine is the experience of many decades, and in fact, even of millennium. Different nations, different religions, different denominations managed to coexist in Ukraine much better than they did in Russia, for example. This experience of the last 30 years, the experience of coexistence of different groups and interaction at various levels, the Old Ukrainian Council of Churches and Religious Organizations, seems to be a very formal body, but it's about the meetings. It's about people meeting people. It's about people gathering around one table and looking into each other's eyes. And because of that, they are changing themselves. And they've been doing so for the last 30 years. And the changes have been happening for the last 30 years. And these changes are the evidence for the others, showing that these people could meet and not start a physical fight. So that means that we can do that as well, at least try doing that. This is what causes changes, and these changes actually penetrate all levels of Ukrainian society. This is also, the experience of interaction in the midst of the religious community, and it's also the proof of the fact that a religious community may become an active participant of the processes taking place in the civil society. They may not just stand aside, not just observe, not just deal with some religious matters. They may become an active subject of creation of the civil society in Ukraine, and sometimes even initiating some things. The religious community and each denomination separately has also a very active civic stand. And at least we are trying to do so, because there are so many of us, we are so different, there is no single right denomination. And because of that, we manage to have a dialogue, to use the principles of dialogue and to understand that there are people, other players, other agents in these relations. So during these last years, starting from 2014 and on, we have been thinking a lot about what a religious community can contribute to what is called peace building in English. And yesterday, talking to Father Serhiy Dmitriev, we recalled our joint visit to Moscow in May 2014. And when you speak with people, intelligent people, educated people, faithful people, then you start talking about who does Crimea belong to, and that's it. There's a person stops there and they lose their ability to think rationally, and they start speaking using the pre-programmed narratives. And unfortunately, the present situation looks like this. Wasting time and effort persuading someone in Russia to change their relatives seems useless and senseless. We should rather build our own relations. We should build peace in our country, in our communities, in our families, in our smaller communities, villages, and small towns. So this is something we can do at all levels, starting from all Ukrainian level when we meet each other, but also at the levels of specific villages or towns where we can do something together to build peace. And in this context, I mentioned yesterday, and I would like to mention Mother Teresa's words today again, that when you want to build peace, you should go and love your family first. This is about the fact that peace is based on two very important things. The first one is meeting face to face. And the second one is building it on all levels, on different levels, on the political level, of course, but also on the grassroots level, just by meeting other people, meeting them face to face. Thank you. Thank you, Father Andriy, for the very inspiring words of hope, despite the fact that our country is still at war, but we are already thinking about what we as church could do, we as the representatives of the civil society could do, and the inspiring words also help our society develop and build just and peaceful Ukraine. We have here also Reverend Serhiy Dmitriev, the chairman of the board of Alias Ukraine Charitable Foundation, who has also come from Kyiv. Father, you have been working a lot on social projects. You are Father of the Orthodox Church of Ukraine, and I'm sure that there's a lot you can actually share with us. So we would like to invite you to take the floor. Well, I prefer speaking from the place I was sitting, but since everybody was speaking from here, so I will do the same. The topic is very complicated for me because I'm also military man. I'm a military chaplain, and I've been at this war for 10 years already. But at the same time, I also am responsible for social service in my church. And I'm a practitioner. For the last 10 years, I've been in the east of the country. I've been talking to people, and I know what is suffering, what is war, what is losses, and I know it from my own experience and not from the news. So the question of peace building in times of war is very complicated for me. But as a religious community, we are a religious community. I will be speaking about what a religious community can do. Peace building is a path to victory. For me personally, it's a path to ending this war. And in 2016 or 2017, we had a peace building strategy which we developed together with the Greek Catholic Church, and I think that it's still relevant right now, and there's nothing better. If you are interested, you can learn more about it. So here you can see it. So what do I see in times of war? I've been consulting with the Israeli specialists for 9 years. We have been learning from their experience, especially the psychologists from the Israeli psychotrauma school. And you know about the events in Israel. There was a terrorist attack on Israel about a month ago. And I got a call from one of the main psychologists from that organization, and they said, Serhiy, we have been telling you about the wrong things for the last 9 years because we were speaking much about peace, but you have to be aggressive. You have to protect yourselves. During the active phase of war, the society has to consolidate. It's okay to be aggressive to save your life and the life of your children. Yesterday, we talked about, well, somebody mentioned that they didn't think about the environment, about the trees in times of war, but you thought about people at that time. That was okay at that time. We'll be thinking about the trees when there is no danger to our lives. And to save people's lives in our country, we have to resist, we have to defend ourselves. That's normal, and pacifism will not save us. And that's what we can see from the experience. For me personally, peace building means building peace inside the country. Because we are still different, and this is about our safety and security. It's a path to victory and to just peace. It's important for the country to be consolidated and united. I always say the same thing. We have to stay united, but we still have to allow ourselves to follow different religious traditions and have different views. But the pain of one person in Ukraine, a citizen of Ukraine, a death of one citizen of Ukraine should be a personal matter to us. It's a personal matter to me when a person is killed, be it a combatant or a civilian, because they are a part of my family. When you think that way, you start caring about all people in your country. In 2014, when Russians annexed Crimea, I was still a priest of the Moscow Patriarchate. And I was hoping something might change. During the Revolution of Dignity, I was hoping we would become a really Ukrainian church. Before 2014, I had many relations and acquaintances with the Greek Catholic Church and other religious organizations, and I was a kind of a white crow in my church. They disliked me because of that, but I thought it could be changed. And I told to myself that if the church commits a crime, this church is not a church to me anymore, because what is most important is to be with God and to follow your tradition. And you have great alternatives in Ukraine. We are a multi-religious and multi-denominational country, so you can choose from a whole variety. You can go to the Kiev Patriarchate or to the Greek Catholic Church. And I decided for myself that I don't want to be involved into a terrorist religious organization. But the main thing was that when they actually occupied the churches in Crimea, and the priests of my church did not react to that, and they said, yes, take these churches, take them away from the Kiev Patriarchate. I thought, where is peace building here? And I wrote a short article then that it would be just if Russian take Ukrainian churches as Crimea, then they should give up their churches on the territory controlled by Ukraine, so that the Moscow Patriarchate is a defender. They control it, and if not, then I will give up my church. I waited for 10 days. Nobody reacted to that. And then, nobody responded to that. They probably thought that I was joking. And then I invited a priest from Crimea to my parish. These are the deeds, the acts, which actually build our relations and protect us against the enemy. And I suggest that we do specific actions. Then our neighbors, Russian propaganda has been trying to incite various feuds. we are witnessing that we are now having some conflicts with Poland, and we can see that, the level of trust is decreasing. I was in Poland and I felt this change of attitude towards Ukrainian, Slovakia, Hungary, Romania. We have to work through this religious plane, the religious leaders, with our neighbors, because good neighbors are a key to victory and just peace. And we can be the diplomats from the religious community communicating with other countries, especially considering the fact that we have everything for that purpose. We have so many different very good speakers representing different religious communities. They can go to other countries and they can speak about what is happening in Ukraine and what is actually needed for us. And this is also the joint social activity when we as religious leaders help those who are in need in our country together. So we show this example of unity. And I would like to draw an example, about what message could be sent today. You may remember this picture. When in Mariupol, next to the theater, they wrote "children" in front of the theater where the children were hiding, and it was in Russia. And the word was in Russian. One of the Canadian journalists who didn't know Russian, they understood it as "Where are you?" and wrote a whole song about it. So they thought that it was a kind of a question of these people who died there to God, asking God, "Where are you?" And we spoke to one of the priests, and he said, "No, it's not 'Where are you?' It's children in Russian." And he said, "Well, but have you ever had this question, where is God here?" And we stand here and we tell him that, yes, we may have this message of "Where are you?" there, but the message from our religious communities is not a question, "Where is God?" but the question is, "Where is your universe? Where is each and every person reacting to the conflict in Ukraine?" We see that "never again" doesn't work in the international community anymore. "Never again" has been repeated continuously since the Second World War in different parts of the globe. And it's still being repeated, but there are still many people who do not care. If you don't care about the pain of other people, if you don't feel for humanity in general, that's something. So this is the message that, the pain of all people suffering from war is a personal pain for everyone in the universe. And this can be a message sent to other countries, and this could help us stop the war. We have to speak about it. And I think that this is one of our callings as religious leaders of religious communities. We have to use religious platforms in other countries to speak about these things, to address each and every person asking, "Where are you? What are you doing? What have you done for this to never repeat again?" Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Serhiy, for your reflections. And we are convinced that God is always with those who suffer, because we know that God will never leave them alone. And those people who are smart, there are some people who just select evil. And unfortunately, we have a neighbor who doesn't really profess goodness, but we work, we pray, and we believe that our prayers and our work will yield positive results for peace in the future. We have two speakers left, and we'll be happy to hear from them. This is Reverend Dr. Serhiy Yushchik, professor of the Kyiv Spiritual Academy and Seminary of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church. Reverend, the floor is yours. I would like to welcome all the participants, all the panelists. Thank you for giving me the floor. Actually, I plan to listen more. However, I represent the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, and this is exactly the third church which over the past 2 years is in the spotlight, is extensively covered in the media, and there are so many myths around the Ukrainian Orthodox Church. Because the colleagues introduced themselves, I will speak briefly about myself. 10 years ago, I was helping to evacuate those people who were held in captivity from the Donetsk People's Republic. 2 years ago, I was in Mariupol near Azovstal, and for 5 days together with other priests, I spent 5 days in filtration camp organized by the Russians. Since January, for 6 weeks, I lived in Kosovo working with medical evacuation, not as a chaplain or as a preacher. I worked as a driver of an ambulance there. And I am the representative of this church here. Should we speak about the role of religion in society? I have made some notes actually for myself. Do you remember the formula of the former president, nothing for Ukraine without Ukraine? And whenever we start speaking about religion, we also start speaking about the church that I belong to. This is a very good rule. So nothing about the Ukrainian Orthodox Church without the Ukrainian Orthodox Church. What is the role of the church? I really liked what Reverend Serhi said, that despite the fact that we are different, we are extremely different and diverse. We discussed the experience of post-Yugoslav countries. Former Yugoslavia, if to speak about its geography, is comparatively smaller because Ukraine is a big country and we have different visions, we have different mindsets, we have different preferences. But as of now, we are really united, and we are united by the pain. The pain of one person, this is something which brings us together. 10 days ago, a citizen of Lviv, a young guy, almost didn't make it to the hospital. So he made it to the hospital, but in 10 minutes he died. He had very bad injuries, lethal injuries. So I was driving in a rural area, and the speed was 100 kilometers, 500 before the stabilization point. I had the wheel broken in my car, and I just want to repeat that this man is from the Lviv region, the region which declared that there is no Ukrainian Orthodox Church here, and it is a political decision. I'm a priest, and I asked him about his denomination. Did I do that? Or maybe I asked whether if he was baptized or where he was baptized. Actually, he mentioned how old he was. He was still capable of speaking and mentioned his name. And I just want to say that what really unites us is pain, but this pain doesn't have to become the reason for people to clash against each other using some media cliches. And I don't really want to say all of that to say how good I am. It's not really about that. But even this story about this man, I think that this is something which goes in an absolutely different direction rather than what we hear in the media. I am not just another priest from a village or something. I'm the first vice rector of the Spiritual Academy for 22 years. I've been working in the educational institutions of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church. I have never changed my stance. And what about the students who were brought up for these 2 decades? I think there were some 5, 6 persons who had these political convictions, and yes, these convictions stayed with them, but the majority of students, they are citizens of Ukraine, and they are the people who are members of the parish of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church. I just remember what Clement from Rome said, that if I was the reason of a division, I would rather leave the community and I would live in an isolated, remote place for peace to be established. So if you need some psychological driver for the Ukrainian society, something which could really help us to overcome psychological pressure, I would say that yes, our church is ready to serve this purpose. If it is very important for somebody to actually say some bad words to the neighbor, we can live with that, because it is very important to understand that we are united by pain, but we are also taught to love each other. Our religious, what else is there? If you speak about this Russian world, and this is a political idea, it is not a religious idea. The representatives of religious institutions as citizens, sometimes they are sick with this idea, but it is not a religious idea. I would like to reiterate that it is not a fruit of religious activities, because the Russian world is a sickness that Patriarch Cyril suffers from, and also all those who are present at the council, and also the head of the board of Muslims in Crimea was also charged with propaganda of the Russian world. He is in charge of the board of the Muslims. He was charged with propagating the Russian world, because we understand that, especially if you're talking about the territory of the Russian Federation, this is the sickness that they have. And actually, I feel ashamed for this politicizing of clergy and actually the representatives of the Russian church. And fighting with a Russian dragon, it's been 2 years in a row that I keep repeating it using social media. Let's not turn ourselves into a dragon. 2 years ago, I was a big optimist, and I really believed that Ukraine would withstand everything and prevail. I am deeply convinced that in any case, even with some minor losses, I mean territorial losses, 100 square meters, Ukraine will remain a winner because it still exists. I was always optimistic in that Russia is not going to win, because I know them and I can clearly see that there is online Russia, something that we can see on TV, and there is a real Russia, and these are two different Russias that we are talking about. And it's not that I dream, I would say that I even pray for Ukraine not to become Ukraine online, when we have different statements, declarations, and all of that, when everything seems to be great, but reality could be different. Because you know that we have some interreligious tensions, and we speak a lot about solidarity. But if you speak about very often I hear some threats that is the last time that I go to the front line to help our soldiers, because I'm not from the right church. But I think that this is not okay, because I believe that we have one single aim, and we are united by this pain. Of course, it is very diverse and multi-layered, but I think that that is something that will help us to withstand. We will survive, we will make it, we will become winners in this war, and with our diversity, however, solidarity, we will show the rest of the world that we are the children of God. Thank you. Thank you, Reverend Serhiy, for your considerations. Yes, as you mentioned, that is very important. If you speak about somebody, then you speak in the presence of those people, and there is another person. If nobody talks about you, it means that there is no you. So I think it's better to be there, even if people speak about you. It's great that we have such open-minded reverends and priests in the Ukrainian Orthodox Church who are ready for this dialogue. But I have an impression that there is also another side, which is very active, and they create certain stereotypes about your structure, about your organization, and unfortunately it is not very positive. That is why be more proactive. Thank you for being with us, for coming here, and of course we will try to speak and to show all the sides that our society has. However, I think it is important for you to be more active, for us to be able to hear another side as well. We have one speaker left. We will have an online presentation, but I would like to encourage you to think about the questions that you would like to address to our guests from the Balkan states, and also questions to our Ukrainian guests. Maybe you already have some thoughts, some questions. I think that our panelists, they could also have an exchange of questions among each other. And we have Aziz Demirjayev with us, who is a project manager of the program forum ZFD Ukraine. Unfortunately, I haven't managed to find a lot of information about this organization. That is why maybe Aziz, you will tell us more about your activities, about your operations in this organization, and how do you find it generally working in the field of peace building. I would like to welcome everyone. Can you hear me all right? Dear guests, it's a great pleasure for me to participate in this conference and to study a very important experience of resilience in times of war in the Balkans and in Ukraine.
I have already been introduced. My name is Aziz Demirjayev. I'm a project manager of the program forum ZFD Ukraine, and I would like to share a short presentation on our activity in Ukraine and on generally on our organization. ZFD Forum is an NGO with its main office in Germany. It was founded in 1996 by peace building and human rights groups as a response to the war in Balkans, and we've been working in Germany and 12 other countries of Europe and Middle East. We are working in Serbia, Macedonia, Kosovo, Bosnia and Herzegovina. And in Germany, we also have an academy for conflict transformation where we hold specialized trainings for people working in the peace building sector. Our mandate is a commitment to peace, and we believe that there is an alternative to nonviolent dialogue, the activity of the civil society. We started our work in summer 2017, and we have two offices, one in Kyiv and another is in Odessa. We work with a broad circle of the representatives of the civil society, experts, researchers, local authorities, artists, anyone involved into the peace-building processes. We should also note that we've been always trying to have a very effective experience exchange between the Balkans and Ukraine, especially when it comes to transformation of conflicts. In 2019, we had an event for local initiatives in the Odessa region, where we invited guests from Bosnia and Herzegovina, and they represented the Peace Network civic platform. They spoke about the conflict in the Balkans, shared their experience with the Ukrainian colleagues. They spoke about the specifics of their work on sustainable peace and reconciliation in Bosnia and Herzegovina. We also have other projects which are common for the Balkans and Ukraine, and this includes the Museum of the Wartime Childhood. It was founded in Sarajevo, but since 2020 it opened its office in Kyiv as well, and we support this organization. We have been supporting this organization since then. And this is a unique space for memory and dialogue. It collects the stories of children who witnessed the war. They hold exhibitions representing these stories, and also various objects, toys that children sacrificed for the exhibition. Except the exhibition and collecting these stories, we also provide psychological support to parents and their children. We organize various art-related activities. The next exhibition will be held in Kyiv in June this year, so I would like to invite everyone to visit it. Except that, we also are trying to develop the capacities of museum communities in Ukraine. We tell them about various innovative tools in the field of the culture of memory. And on the program of this discussion, I can see the director of the museum, Ms. Shevchuk, is present here as well, so she can. Osipchuk is present here, so she can speak about the museum more. But I would like to focus on the project which is very important for us. The project called the Past, the Present, the Future, the Art, and it works with the artistic methods of processing history and memory. Unlike other projects, where we can frequently see only one narrative, we focus on inclusion. And very frequently, the experts of these projects work with NGOs to make this life more sensitive. The memorials and the other things. Another project is the psychological support, the empathic support to the citizens. We provide empathic consultations, and we also have group and individual support, especially for people who have lived through traumatic experience connected with the conflict. And we work with the psychologists and the experts of the organization called Empathy Ukraine. And I would like to briefly tell you about other projects as well, connected with the Urbak Theater. The project is realized in Odessa and in Izmail, city of Odessa region. Well, within the framework of the theater, we work with the personal experience of people, which is undergoing artistic interpretation, and a very close relation between the actors and the viewers is established. And this gives the participants an opportunity to see their experience from a different perspective, to process it, and it also helps both individual healing and also the mutual understanding and solidarity of people in the group who are watching this. Generally, we have many projects in Ukraine, more than 10 of them, and I'll be brief in telling you about the others. Maybe some of them will be interesting to you. We are also working with the schools. Starting from 2019, we have been promoting the model of nonviolent resolution of school conflicts and also the establishment of safe school environment. This project was piloted in 10 schools of Ukraine under the auspices of the Ministry of Education of Ukraine. We also work with social cohesion, especially in Odessa Oblast. That's where we started our project together with Caritas Ukraine, and we are trying to teach both the representatives of local authorities and local activists how they can solve local conflicts together using dialogue and various facilitation tools. In addition, we've been working with various groups. With the elderly people, we have a project called IT Grandmas, where they come together and they are trying to be socially active to help the communities they live in. We work with parents a lot to popularize the culture of active listening and compassion. So you can see our work in Ukraine is aimed at building peace inside the communities. We are not working at the international level. And it's very important because Russia is very often is trying to deepen the divides and conflicts inside the society and use it as a reason for further aggression. So I think that, the nonviolent conflict resolution and peace building inside the Ukrainian society are the investments into the security and safety of the country and also the social cohesion in the country. So if you are interested in learning more about our organization, we have our website and a Facebook page, so you can learn more about that. And I would like to thank you all for your attention. Thank you, Aziz, for your work, for everything you do for Ukrainians. And I think that if our participants are interested, we will share your contact details. Maybe they will have some questions. I think you will also be able to answer them. So I would like to thank all our panelists for their speeches. So where are your hands? Where are your questions? Please take the microphone. Glory to Jesus Christ. I'm Brother Anton. I'm a seminarian of the 5th year of the Lviv Holy Spirit Seminarium. And I have a question to the representatives of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church and the Orthodox Church of Ukraine. I would like to hear the opinion of both sides about what prevents the union, between the Ukrainian Orthodox Church and the Orthodox Church of Ukraine. What prevents this process? I've heard various opinions on that matter. That the Orthodox Church should first stop taking the churches away. Then there were some other ones. The point is that the situation in Ukrainian among the Ukrainian Orthodox is in a kind of suspended state. I think that both parties could win from uniting their efforts and joining together, because the Ukrainian Orthodox Church doesn't have its autocephaly. It's not among the autocephalous churches. At the same time, the Orthodox Church of Ukraine could also gain a lot from the other church, because I think the Ukrainian Orthodox Church is institutionally stronger. Thank you. Maybe there are some other questions in the same direction. I have a question. Yes, Father Ivan? I was paying a lot of attention to the speech by Reverend Dr. Serhiy Yushchik. It was because the majority of the speakers are either Greek Catholic or Orthodox Church of Ukraine or Muslims. But they are stereotypical Ukrainian patriots, so to say. But the speech by Father Serhiy proves that the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, which we consider to be the one collaborating with Russians, but it proves that Ukrainian patriots are there as well. So I have two questions here. My first question is, how many of you are there, and why can't we hear your voices? Why is so little spoken about that patriotic element among the clergy of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church? And the second question, not least important than the first one, is we cannot avoid but live in the neighborhood and prospectively in good relations with Russia and the Russians. Let us recall the development of the Ukrainian-Polish relations before the war and how they changed. Nowadays, they are not perfect yet, but there's been a significant progress. And I was positively struck by your expression that there are Russians online and there are Russians offline. So my question is, how much advantage do those offline Russians have in Ukraine? And this could be a general discussion. And how should our negotiations or talks in the future after the war look like? Thank you. Thank you, Father Ivan. So we have two questions related to two churches. We have the representatives of both churches here, and there are two fathers, both are Serhijs. So it might be this initial moment when two Serhijs will start talking towards peace building and dialogue. So before Amras asks the question, so let's start with the discussion. Who wants to be the first? The microphone is there. Well, to be equal, I will start because, it's always better to speak after someone else. But what prevents us from uniting? I was a priest of the Moscow Patriarchate for 18 years. I was born and I grew up in Russia. And I met a priest from Lviv who's now in Kubань. And 70% of school children in my here were Ukrainians. My family fled from arrests from Poltava Oblast, first to Georgia, and we lived in the communal flats. Maybe you know what that is. So my mother and my aunt, they spoke Georgian, and then we've known from childhood about Holodomor, about what was happening in Ukraine. But my mother didn't go back to Ukraine, and my grandmother didn't manage to go back to Ukraine. I went back to Ukraine in 1992. So this was this constant fight, and the church was a hope. When I came back to Ukraine in 1992, the Kiev Patriarchate was just only emerging, and the church was constantly marginalizing Kiev Patriarchates and Greek Catholics were, they're accused of being CIA agents and so on. But those were my teachers telling me that. So, and that's true. You know that. Well, they were condemning everyone else around, the Muslims, the evangelists, and everyone else. But I had critical thinking, which I inherited from my grandmother and my parents. I traveled a lot. I traveled abroad, and I could see where the truth is. I did have doubts, and many of them, for a long time. But when my friends, the priest of Kiev Patriarchate, told me, well, you are in the Russian church right now, but when the war starts, how will your church react to that? And I said, no, there will never be a war with Russia. And they said, yes, there will be a war. And I couldn't believe that. But then the war broke out. Like this movie called Three Billboards, something, I hope. I don't remember. Well, the title is completely Three Billboards outside Ebbing, Missouri, or something like that. So that's a great film. Please watch it if you haven't. It's also about the conflict. But answering your question, the question by brother, my choice, why I changed. Well, I didn't want to be a great priest of the Moscow Patriarchate and for them to use me as a cover saying that I'm a patriot, because that's a lie, because the church I belong to is not patriotic. It was exterminating Ukrainians. And to conclude, I would like to draw a very simple example. After the Second World War, Gestapo and fascists were condemned and forbidden. The National Socialist Party was considered to be criminals, and everybody who belonged to that party, they automatically were considered criminals. Belonging to Moscow Patriarchate means being a criminal. You may be saving people in concentration camps. Yes, there were Nazis saving people in concentration camps, saving Jews, for example, helping, but they still were Nazis. And in times of war, we have to understand that and go to another church. And if you don't like this, as Apostle Paul said, that's what we have to do. We shouldn't be afraid of making this choice. What concerns the other question by Father Ivan, but why do we have so few patriots there? Well, because there are not so many of them there. And it's not... I don't really understand what you were doing at the front lines and why you were evacuating a combatant. You're a civilian. This is already a crime. So this is wrong because your vehicle broke down, and that was a danger to a person's life. That's why military evacuation should have been done there, and a vehicle is enough. So why you were visiting our people who are prisoners of war, and why priests of other churches cannot do that? It's simple, because they will be arrested. So we cannot pay attention to the representatives of our parishes. You know, we had people going to the churches of Moscow Patriarchate. We protect their religious freedom as the priest, but I forbid any propaganda and when a combatant, the lieutenant commander who was sent to our brigade, came there and brought an icon of Tsar Nicholas II and put it up there. So, we didn't, beat him, we didn't punish him, we just explained to him that he was wrong. And the fact that we are talking here and I am shaking your hand because you're Ukrainian, although I may not like this, and you're trying to do something good. You may not realize that when we don't have the Moscow Patriarchate in Ukraine, that will bring it all closer to us. Where we had the majority of Ukrainian churches, the evangelist churches, and the Greek Catholic churches, the Russians couldn't make it there. Recall Donbass in 2014. The Russians came to those places where no Ukrainian churches existed.
Thank you for the question. Yes, I don't even know where to start with. Yes, just. I think, yes, I will answer the question that a student asked because I think that's, so he has his experience. I was not born in the territory of Russia. I was born in the Soviet Union and I was born in Volyn region, and my teachers in seminary was Petro Vlodek, Nikanor Shimko, Volodymyr Handzhuk. These were the people who became priests back in the 50s, and I celebrated 60 years of their service. These were people who lived for many years in Germany, in Canada, and we have never had even this question brought up about propaganda or political preferences. Well, I think back in 1991, I think it was in 1990 when I started my service in church, I become a servant. That is why when you say about the influence of propaganda and all of that, it has never been like that. But the question that was asked by the brother, the student, about the marriage of these churches, currently we have differences which are religious. They are not political. They are not related to civic stance. These are ecclesiological differences. We have ecclesiology as such, and in the Orthodox dogmatic tradition, it is not constitutionalized. It has several ecclesiological traditions. One, triadology, Christology, and Mariology are defined by the council. Then ecclesiology is still part of the discussion. If to speak about the entire Orthodox community, there is a number of churches which support one ecclesiological tradition. The majority of Orthodox churches, they stick to a different ecclesiological tradition. So the problem revolves around the fact that the majority of local Orthodox churches, they have different understanding when it comes to ordination of clergy of the Orthodox Church. This is the only thing which is of a theological nature. If to speak about churches and them being taken away, in 2022, during the council, there was this condition set up that a precondition for the beginning of the dialogue is a ban for the interreligious violence. That was the condition. However, we know that actually we do not have any official context or relations because it is not being followed, this condition. There have been some attempts through facilitating organizations. There were some attempts to launch a dialogue. However, everything boils down to the fact that 100 years ago you did this, and 300 years ago you did this, Cyril said that, and you, who were born in Volyn, you take responsibility for what Cyril has to say. That is why, for me, it's a different thing when we have a theological understanding of ecclesiology and my civic stand. So this is the current situation as it is. I think I managed to answer your question because you are in the 5th year of your studies, yes? Unfortunately, without a microphone, it is impossible to interpret the question or the the comment of a student. Yes, so currently this is a theological subject matter, and of course that we also have some personal matters, maybe some claims and other things. However, what comes first is ecclesiology. This is not really about ecclesiology. Ordination is a sacramental issue. I'm sorry for cutting in, but when it comes to ordination, it's different because ecclesiology is the same in the Catholic and in the Orthodox churches. But when it comes to ordination, yes, but I had a different question. Yes, I'm going to answer the question that you had. How many patriots in the Ukrainian Orthodox Church we have, and why do we have very little information? Now, in Ukraine, if to speak about the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, and we speak of the clergy and monks, we have several people, those people who are not citizens of Ukraine, who started living in Ukraine. They have some permits. They could be the citizens of Russia or Belarus, and they enjoy the same rights as Ukrainian residents do. The rest of them are the citizens of Ukraine. And I think there are some people who still do not understand that this is the war against Ukraine. Sooner or later, they will reach this understanding. Pertaining to the question whether the clergy of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church are ready to defend Ukraine, of course, because this is what they are doing. Do we have people of some other political preferences? Maybe some people, who believe Skabeyeva so much in Russian propaganda. Of course they are. Do we have some people who believe in the political ideology of the Third Rome? But this is their political stand, and all the documents of the Orthodox Church, they are all about supporting Ukraine within the borders of 1991. Why we do not have this information? Because we have a ban for spreading information. What kind of a ban it is? It is an internal ban, if to speak about some public representation of the church's position. So you are not invited, or you do not want to come. When we offer to the editorial board to have some conferences, and when we want to invite some information agencies, and they refuse to present this information, even if we are ready to pay for that. So we are ready to pay for the content, and we ask them, could you please announce that we will have a conference, and the editorial board refuses to publish this piece of news online, offline, Russia. As far as this one is concerned, there was the question about Russians, but I was speaking about online Russia and offline Russia, not Russians. Because this war hurts so much for me. That is why I don't even know with whom and how to speak about reconciliation in the future. However, I deeply believe that Ukraine and Ukrainians should continue, regardless of all the obstacles and exhaustion, using the gift of God and the God's word, even if they feel like giving up. When we heard the answer to the question, to whom Crimea belongs, I think that it is very important for us to continue using the word of God, because it is a God's gift. I'm from Volyn region. I know a lot about the Ukrainian-Polish conflict, and I believe that they will come to their senses. They will become normal again, because they are poisoned right now. We are just trying to see where this dialogue can stem from, because I think that we have this concept of the ecumenical dialogue and we are waiting for the response, because usually it takes two at least to have a dialogue. We need a second partner to launch this dialogue, so we are ready to react and we are still waiting for this response. Also, it would be interesting for us to hear more from the representatives of the Orthodox bishop to speak about this conflict. Maybe you have your experience, and then we will pass it over to Amra.
Thank you, Father. I see that we have raised very complicated issues, and we are not sure what solutions should be the right ones, but we're looking for them, and God is deciding, but we are looking for solutions, and we hope that we will be moving in the right direction. But we have more questions. We have Amra, please.
This is a question for Sergi. For your question, yeah. In my opinion, one of the reasons that Russian attacked Ukraine was to prove its force and its strength and power to United States and Western world. I believe that Ukraine, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and some other countries are on geographical positions which are interesting to big powers, and it contributes to the conflict. So I wanted to ask Sergi, what is your future vision about international politics? Do you want that when Ukraine win Russia, that Ukraine conquered some other countries? Do you believe that international relations should be like now, that power and is only way how countries cooperate, or we should build a world where peace-building principles like dialogue and understanding and respect should be relations between the countries in the world? So I don't want to take from you your strength to fight enemy. I don't think that you should not defend yourself now. But I want you as a victim, and as a respect to me as a victim, to promote a world where power and stronger will not be in charge to take care about the world and to decide about all of us. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Well, if I don't manage to answer it here, we will continue discussing it, during the break. Well, first of all, I don't think I am a victim, or we are the victims. Not sure, maybe, something got lost in translation. I don't like the word victim. We are the fighters. We are fighting for our freedom and for our lives. And even now, working with people who have suffered from sexual violence or tortures, we call them the survivors, not the victims, because they survived that. It's very important what words we are using, because these are the words leading to victory. What concerns the outbreak of war, I think that the reason of this war, why Russia attacked Ukraine, it's not interpreted completely right. Well, Russia as an empire wants to get the colonies back. It sees Ukraine as a former colony, and Timothy Snyder, for example, talks about it a lot, because they want to get all their former colonies back. And it includes also Finland, by the way, and other countries which Russia is trying to project its influence on, including Poland, and I think they are considering the Balkan countries as well. I've always heard one phrase: the Soviet Union collapsed, but the church is still there. So this is about influence, and that's why I'm saying that we have to refuse from anything Russian, and to achieve peace, to become stronger, we have to be more united as a nation, with our language, with our culture, because this kind of nation is difficult to occupy. For me, the Russian-Ukrainian war is the counter-revolution of dignity, because we did have the revolution of dignity, and people are speaking a lot about that, because everybody is forgetting about what the war started from. And it started in February 2014, when we ousted the President Yanukovych, who was very corrupt. To fight the war, we need to fight the reasons of the war, and those were corruption, those were the lack of development of the civil society, those were the lack of development of the religious freedom, because one denomination, well, until 2014, the Moscow Patriarchate had the most churches. They had the rights to build the churches. The others didn't have this right. So Ukrainian churches, including the Greek Catholic churches, were in a very bad position. And even the phrase the Ukrainian Orthodox Church was made up in Sumy in 1992 by Archbishop Yanofan. And when I went abroad, being a Moscow priest, I used the documents of the Russian Orthodox Church, but inside Ukraine, I used the documents of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, and I still have these documents, and that was what we had until 2014. So we have to fight the outcomes, the lies, corruption, and other things, because that's what made us weaker and caused the war. We as a state were weaker because of that. And then if we become stronger, we will win this war. Do we want to exert our control on other countries? No, we don't want that. We have a lot of work to do to build a democratic country of free people here. But answering your question, Ukraine is a big country in the former post-Soviet space. And if Ukraine has good, positive experience, and I believe that Ukraine has good experience, even better than Georgia, that will cause the domino principle. Well, Belarus will be next. Other republics will follow. I mean, the ones which were either a part of the Soviet Union or are still a part of Russia. We could be an example for this totalitarian part of the post-Soviet space. We could be a good model to follow for them, and that's why Russia doesn't like us. We are a danger, a threat for them. That's why they want to destroy us. They want us not to show the others the path towards freedom. Thank you. And we have one last question before we finish, because, we have a coffee break. I'm the director of the Institute of Ecumenical Studies. Thank you for your very interesting speeches and the discussion we had and what concerns the reconciliation, because the Orthodox Church of Ukraine and the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, I think you need a mediator there. And I think that Institute of Ecumenical Studies could become the platform for that, where the representatives of two denominations could meet and speak and discuss all those problems. And I think we should be doing that to build Ukraine together, so we could speak about how to do this in a better way. But we have to undergo this purification process. War is changing us. We cannot go out of that being the same we used to be before the war. I have a very short question about the social work of churches, because each church has its own structures and they work a lot. And I have a kind of a practical question. Wouldn't it be more practical if the social structures, like the churches, could be coordinated together, helping each other to become the platforms for Caritas, or for the representatives of other churches? Since we have very little time left, I would like to say that, remembering Father Roman's question about social service, I would like each of you to spend a minute also speaking about the other things in the end. Well, in 2007, we had a commission on social service at the All Ukrainian Council of Churches and Religious Organizations. I was an executive secretary of the commission, and then Father Serhij succeeded me there. So we have to understand what our task is. Our task is, first and foremost, to inform each other, what should coordination look like? When we speak about coordination, we should ask the question what coordination is. Implementation of some large-scale projects together is a very complicated thing. To NGOs, may find it difficult because who's responsible? Who's reporting? Who's working with the budget? It's very complicated, but interacting to have joint approaches, joint methodologies, common position to present to NGOs and the state. That's what we've been doing. We have good examples of that. We started back in the times when the deputy head of the Department of Social Service of Ukraine was Ivan Didenko, and he was very actively involved into the processes related to preventing the HIV/AIDS epidemic. We interacted within those processes. We also worked on the matters related to children without parental care, and we were very successful in working in the field of medical championship, and that was something that was common for all denominations. Do we want to implement the projects together? I don't think it is realistic because we may have some common opinions, we may discuss together, but each and everyone should work separately and be responsible for their work. So just please spend 1 minute to conclude. Maybe there's something you haven't mentioned yet but would like to mention to conclude the panel. Just 1 minute for each participant. Thank you. I would like to thank everyone once again for the invitation, for listening and hearing me. I would like to say, I would like to repeat the words of one Kherson resident who said that those living in the rear, you should never think about failure or that you are tired. You should never think that maybe it is worth fleeing or leaving the country or avoiding this. We are all united by one pain, and we should all stand for the same thing, to preserve our country. And I believe that this country offers equal rights to everyone. What concerns joint work, before the war, humanitarian work was some small neo-Protestant NGOs to also preach their religion. Now it's only about support about supporting and saving human lives. And I think that neither the Greek Catholic Church nor the Orthodox Church of Ukraine should not prevent us from helping people who are in need. Because at this grassroots level, at the personal level, we feel that sometimes. I think we have to do this together. I'm speaking about volunteering on the occupied territories and at the front lines. Everything that's done there is pro-Ukrainian. So I think that on those territories, we shouldn't look with suspicion at each other because, well, everybody makes mistakes sometimes. 1 minute.
To finalize.
I know the final message will be, I want to transmit experience. We had a lot of children from the raped woman in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and women didn't know what to do with those children. It was really, really very hard situation. And then Islamic community come out with fatwa, with direction, that those children are welcome in our community and that they are ours, no matter who were their fathers. So I suggest to religious leaders here to think about, if you have such a situation, to accept those children because they are God children like every child, and also to take care about social acceptance of the women who were raped as a victims of the war, survivors of the war. Thank you, Sergi, for that beautiful word, survivor. And I wish you to feel peace in your heart and to be strength on your front line, because don't forget, 4 of us came here in a trust to your soldiers, to our safety, and whatever we said here, you have to know that we felt that we are safe because of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Vladiko?
Ja prosto mogu skazati što u
I just
vas
can say
jeste boljša situacija
that
kod crkve religijskih organizacija nego na
you have a
balkanskim
situation different from what we have in the Balkan states. And you have the All Ukrainian Council of the churches and religious organizations. So we don't have anything like that in our countries. And the churches do not want to cooperate. We have here the representatives of the biggest churches, the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, the Greek Catholic Church, the Orthodox Church of Ukraine. We all can do our contribution into the cause of peace because it's our mission. Thank you, Father Andrei. Yes, in the context of what has been a part of the discussion in our panel, it's also the work with in interaction with the civil society, and we have positive experience there. We have positive experience of how our religious community manages to interact there. And I would like to remind each and every one of us that mistakes of any one of us is a minus for all of us together. I would like to say that it's very good that, well, this is also answering Father's question. Would like to add that we are different. Well, it's good that the Greek Catholics don't want to give any money to us because, we will have a stimulus to look for them elsewhere. But it's very good that we are cooperating. We are trying not to duplicate the assistance provided by other churches. We are looking for partnership. What concerns our assistance, I would like to say that quite recently we evacuated a priest of the Moscow Patriarchate from Sumy region. He was old already, he couldn't even walk, and nobody could evacuate him. And we evacuated many priests from Donbass, for example, and when they got on our bus and they saw this sign of the Orthodox Church, the driver had to tell them, you will be fine, nothing bad will happen to you. But I'm saying this because I want to say that for reconciliation and victory, we as religious organizations should go beyond our canonical boundaries. Because sometimes these canonical boundaries may prevent us from helping people, making the right choice. And we have to remember that a church doesn't love its people. It's bound, to end up in migration. I would like to thank all the participants. Let us give them a round of applause. It was an extremely interesting discussion. We have spent a bit more time than planned, but I hope the coffee is still hot. So I invite you to a coffee break, and we'll be back at 12 for the next panel.
Glory to Jesus Christ. I would like to welcome our panelists. That is going to be the final session as part of this two-day conference. Today, this is the final round for us. We will be talking about reconciliation from the perspective of time, lessons for Ukraine, because we've spoken extensively about reconciliation, and there were different approaches adopted and different visions demonstrated, because during another panel we discussed the role of churches in reconciliation and religious aspects, but now we will focus on other aspects of reconciliation: educational, civil society, institutions, as well as others. And we will have panelists from post-Yugoslav countries as well as from Ukraine. We have very many presenters today. That is why I suggest that 5-7 minutes would be enough for one presenter, for us to have a certain impetus for further discussion after the presentations. So we start with our first presenter, Andrei Pantenko, director of the Osvita UA platform from Kyiv, Ukraine. He's an expert in education. Mr. Pantenko, over to you. Thank you. Glory to Jesus Christ. The Father has mentioned that we will talk about reconciliation from the perspective of time, but I would like also to speak about some retrospective issues. Before the big war started, several years ago, there was another conference when we discussed the experience of German and Polish reconciliation. And back then, people said that, reconciliation is something far ahead, it's too early. And also, right now, people said that it was more about internal reconciliation. It was about the differences that we have between regions of Ukraine. But now it has gotten even more difficult for us to discuss these issues. I represent an educational sector. And whether we can say that we have already started a process when in the system of education among our students, pupils, whether we have any conversations that at some point there will be peace and that we need to start doing it now, it seems next to impossible currently. That is why for me these meetings are the meetings of dreamers who in several years will face some other turbulent circumstances of their lives, but living in turbulent times and also working in times of uncertainty. This is one of something which is very peculiar to the current world and our lives. And also you probably heard about the reform of an educational sector in Ukraine, a new Ukrainian school, that is the name of it, and it aims at shaping a person who's self-sufficient and who knows how to adapt to uncertainty. And that is why in times of uncertainty, if you speak about an educational system, it is still sustainable. All our international partners are surprised how the educational system of an entire country can still be in operation in times of war. And just 2 weeks when the war broke out, when back in March of 2022, all schools and also higher educational institutions, they resumed their activities online or offline. We also have graduations of our students and pupils. We have also pupils entering higher educational institutions. So life goes on. And very often in this stability or sustainability, we simply have no time to look into the future. And definitely we do not have a possibility to be thinking how we will live peacefully with a current enemy. But I think that we really need to start thinking that at some point we will be thinking about that as well. And these steps and processes which take place in education, they are very instrumental, because this is something which shows us how education can help us to know better how to be resilient, how to behave, how to continue living, what to continue learning, or maybe there is something that we have to abandon. Because here you can see a piece of news. I represent this online platform in Ukraine in 2022. We have drastically changed the program, the course in world literature, and we no longer have the works of Russian and Belarus writers in the curriculum, because they are very triggering for our pupils. That is why the Ministry of Education and Science took a decision not to have anything which could have a triggering effect for our students. But basically, it was just because that was a Russian or Belarus writer, Vasil Bykov, who is a Belarus writer who, for his entire life, was in opposition, or Bulat Okudjava, who was a well-known Soviet dissident. They are Belarus and Russian writers, and the ministry considers that it is irrelevant to study their works, and the ministry tries to communicate with educators how to present to pupils and students those matters which are related to the Russian-Ukrainian war, what to say, how to support a mental resilience of students, how to explain the reasons behind the war, and how to counteract Russian propaganda. However, unfortunately, but it's not really unfortunately, I just want to say that I do not see any attempts of us looking forward and what teachers can say and how they can answer those questions if they have these questions. So what's going to happen next? Because this is not Facebook when we have just in northern east, there is just the ocean. We will really not have this dream coming true. We will have to live next to those, well, online or offline Russians. We really need to think what the future holds in terms of the Russian-Ukrainian war, how it will be presented in textbooks in 30 years. I think that we can analyze those things which take place today. We need to protect our pupils, students, from the Russian propaganda, and this is what is done. But there's also some experience. The experience of Germany after World War II, it underwent complicated processes. Well, I will not really use this word right now, because the way Putin uses it, it has a different meaning, this term. But they were trying to overcome the legacy of Nazism, and there were some methods used for that, also educational methods. There were different museums, different upbringing associated practices to overcome everything that Nazism brought. That is why we can say that at some point Russia will also be on this path, and they will be responsible for this process. De-Russiization after the end of the war. An educational system right now has very powerful tools. This is fiction, this is also non-fiction. Analyzing these works at schools, we can analyze, we can debate, and also to some extent to live by that experience and to further model this experience when we defeat Russia. Also, there is a great novel by Bernard Schling, The Reader, where we can learn about the history of one of the guards in the concentration camp and how she fell in love after the war with a young boy. And here we can see all the emotions which were a part of this process. We also have some other great works translated into Ukrainian, and they have to be studied, they have to be analyzed in schools. A Bosnian and Croatian writer who shares his experience of war times, and also it is about coexistence of people regardless of the status that you had before the war and when the war was over. And Milanko Yergovic's a story when there were two families which were opposing each other for very many years, and in times of war they reconcile. And the author mentioned that it was his childhood memory. He really describes these moments, and they have to become part of our educational process. Also, there is another great text by Mykola Shanta, a novel, The Pannonian Monster, and this is it is a community of Bachman Rusins from Lemkishchina. They were moved to Voyevoda, and that is the oldest Ukrainian diaspora. This is the middle of the 18th century, and right now they still live in Voyevodina. They are part of all those wars, and we can talk about the 19th also. What about them and how they feel being Greek Catholics, because they are from Lemkivshchina originally? What is their experience and what is the historical experience that they have? It is very painful. It is coexistence. It is about enemies and friends. And I think that it is important for us to study these texts in schools. The Lamks who were displaced to the territories of southern and eastern Ukraine. Maybe you remember an episode of war in 2014, the defense of Donetsk airport as well as Luhansk airport, and there is the village of Peremozhne, and there are the Lemks who live there, and they were displaced. There was this exchange of population between Ukraine and the Polish Republic, and the Lemke from that region, they became victims of rat shelling, and historically we can see history repeating in different war contexts. It is a very gruesome experience, but it could be of use for the process of analysis and the process for further peace building.
For the school and the university, we have very good examples of peace building, help and sacrifice, and support provided to each other. The examples from the Second World War, that's a great book by Yuri Vanachuk, The Tango of Death, and there's a great book by Tatiana Pakhomova, You, Me, and Our Drawn and Undrawn God, about Jews hidden by the Ukrainian family during the Second World War. That's life, a stranger's prayer, how Crimean Tatars were saving Ukrainian children during the war, and then these children were saving the Crimean Tatars when they were deported by the Soviet forces, and this description of a stranger's prayer when a Crimean Tatar woman is teaching the Jewish children a Muslim prayer, to tell it in front of Germans, and then this this Muslim prayer actually saves the Jews. And this prayer can prove that they are Jews and not the Crimean Tatars. So this is a very strong image of this interdenominational help and survival. And now we have a very good novel in the program on Ukrainian literature called Her Defeated, and there were, these cities which were, towns which were built by the Germans who were taken as prisoners of war, and there's this German POW working at the construction works, and people take pity for them because a couple of years have already passed, and the Ukrainians try to help them. They bring them some food, like boiled potatoes and so on, and this German man likes Ukrainian children, plays with them, and this gives him kind of a recollection about his children who stayed in Germany, and there's this description of their relations. So the person here is at the forefront, not an enemy, not a representative of a nation, not a German and Ukrainians, but an older man who could be the father of these children. And we have now different programs for children at school because, we have several of them, but nobody actually dares to include a work on how to forgive the enemy. Because in the opinion of children, of the Macedoniologists, now is not the time for children to speak about, a soldier who is here and who killed us could, make peace with us and could play with us. I think the question is whether we should consider these works right now, but I think in the future we could still come to the point when these plots will be studied in our schools. Thank you, Andriy. After your presentation, I am ready to read some of those books you recommended.
Professor from Serbia, Alexander Fatic. He works at the Institute for Philosophy and Social Theory at the University of Belgrade. Alexander, are you with us? Yes, we can see you right now.
I hope I'm with you. Thank you very much for the invitation and for organizing the conference at this unfortunate time for all of us who think that peace is the precondition for constructive mutual relations. But again, on another level, it's probably the right time to discuss these things. Now, my topic, I feel a little bit uncomfortable about talking to people who are now involved in war from the position of someone who comes from a region which has experienced that kind of war with the title Lessons for Ukraine. I don't think I have any lessons for Ukraine. I think the drama of Ukraine is a drama of its own, and I feel humbled by the events in Ukraine. So I will simply offer a few conclusions based on the experience of the Yugoslav war and suggest potential parallels as I see them with the Russia-Ukraine conflict. One of the problems, when we talk to people in the former Yugoslavia now, when we talk especially to the Croats, the Serbs and Croats who were at each other's throats during the war and who were probably the most impassionately against each other during the war because Croatia had this desire to create an independent state and to free itself from the communist dictatorship and the Serbian nationalist hegemony and things like that. When you talk today, when you talk to Croats and Serbs, and I do so on a regular basis because we work closely together, the general conclusion by most people is that the war in the former Yugoslavia made absolutely no sense. It made absolutely no sense because it pitted nations that were almost the same, that were close to each other, whose differences were minimal and negligible against each other. It destroyed family relationships. It destroyed mutual geopolitical prospects. And it basically landed all of these countries in positions where they were much weaker than when they were together. Croatia is a member of the EU now. It is a member of NATO. It has progressed. Serbia has gone backwards. It has gone into a kind of authoritarian government, which most of us remember from the time of the infamous Slobodan Milosevic during the war. But Croatia is also, many people in Croatia are also very unhappy about how their politics operate and the level of corruption, with the level of corruption in their country, with the issues of internal security, with the level of organized crime, with the level of bad relations with Bosnia, with neighboring nations that were former members of the joint state. So when people from this region look at what happens in Ukraine, they do so with a degree of sadness. They do so by recognizing ourselves in what goes on in Ukraine. Obviously, the situation with Ukraine is a little bit different because Ukraine was attacked by Russia. There was a direct aggression, so it's defending itself, and the war is happening on the Ukrainian soil. But the relations between Ukrainians and Russians, which are probably at an all-time low now, are something that will be number one matter on the agenda after the war, just as the relations between the Serbs and Croats were number one on the agenda after the Civil War. These relations will again determine the future of the whole region, regardless of the future of Ukraine, whether Ukraine joins the EU, whether it joins NATO, whether, whatever happens, whether Putin remains or goes or whatever. Relations between Ukraine and Russia will decide the future of Ukraine and the future of Russia. Not Ukraine's relations with Brussels or with Washington, or Russia's relations with Beijing or with Delhi or with whoever. And this is something that we had forgotten. We had forgotten this in our region, in the Balkans. We had forgotten that after the war, it would be the relations between Serbs, Bosniaks, and Croats that will determine the future of the region, not the relations between Serbs and Moscow and Croats and Berlin and Bosniaks and Ankara, And today when we meet together, we often discuss these things. And I recently had a discussion with a colleague in Bosnia who said to me, look, the whole war has pushed us apart. And today we are considered to be sponsored internationally in our international relations by Turkey. And he said, well, what do I have in common with the Turk? Look at me and look at you. I mean, Turkey is completely foreign to me. I have nothing to do with Turkey. I'm much more like a Serb or a Croat. And these identity issues will surface once the animosity goes down and once the arms fall silent and once the war is over. And these are the things that people grow blinded to during the armed conflict. So now the challenge for us here is how to reconceptualize what happened. When the war was raging, there were medals, there were honors, there were issues of patriotism, there were issues of who's right and who's wrong. And today, much of that discourse is pushed aside because it's considered not constructive. And today we are trying to reconceptualize what happened and minimize the war. We are trying to minimize the war, even though at the time when the war was going on, horrific things were happening and so many lives were lost. So looking at the conflict from this region, where people feel equally close to Russia and Ukraine, most people look at it with a sadness, and they don't really take sides. They look at it with a sadness and the sense that life is unfair, and that somehow, just as we were put through an ordeal that ended up in pushing our societies backwards, so are now both Ukraine and Russia. Russia has become close to a dictatorship. Ukraine is infrastructurally severely damaged, and so many people have lost their lives. And the real question is what we can do on a spiritual level after all this is over to try to minimize the war, not maximize, not turn it into a major historical thing that will determine the identity and the politics of our nations in the future, but minimize the war and minimize the conflict. And this is the nature of the church. This is obviously the nature of Christianity. This is the nature of our religion. And the experience after the Yugoslav wars has shown that the best way to bring people together on a spiritual level is really to find peers in each of the communities. I'll give you an example. At the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia in The Hague, there were leaders from all three warring communities in the former Yugoslavia, the Croats, the Serbs, and the Bosniaks. And these people were obviously at the very core, at the very center of mutual hatred during the conflict. But observing their dynamics in jail, in prison, many researchers discovered that the most senior commanders from the Croatian and Serbian and Bosniak side often made friends. They would sit together, they would exchange their views on the war. They would create a small community which was separate from many of the other inmates from their own national corpus, national group. This is in line with the general principle that in policies of reconciliation, the best way to reconnect is to join the peers, to join the people who perform the equivalent functions in the respective national communities, in the respective warring parties, and try to get them to recognize a commonality, a common interest, a common identity. And this will be difficult because we now have a situation where wars are increasingly corporatized. Look at the discourse that surrounds the war in Ukraine. In the international discourse, I don't know the domestic discourse in Ukraine and in Russia, but the international discourse is all about funds, all about money, all about the Congress, all about the billions of dollars, all about the arms, all about the surveillance, all about the technology. That's all that the international discussion is really about. And all this requires the involvement of high-level leaders from both sides. And once these interests and these structures which embed decisions that are made in Ukraine and in Russia into broader policy making and industrial considerations globally become firmly entrenched and become particularly strong, it becomes difficult for those leaders to do what the Yugoslav leaders did at the International Criminal Tribunal in The Hague, to join together and to talk directly, to talk in an organic context, in an organic, unmediated, interpersonal relationship, where they would be able to foster and forge a degree of mutual understanding in the sense of shared identity. This is increasingly difficult. So this is perhaps the reason why modern wars push us further apart than traditional wars would have, because they include so many other actors. They necessarily, because of the nature of the war, the nature of the technology, the nature of diplomacy, the nature of international relations, they include a large number of external actors who then become integral to the process. Just as we had a Dayton peace agreement here, which couldn't be concluded without the American involvement, And just as in Bosnia today, we have international forces and a high representative of the international community who is a kind of governor who makes all decisions whenever the local institutions can't make them. It is likely that something like that will happen in most conflicts. And this, for one thing, this takes away the ownership of the conflict from those who participate in the conflict. And once your ownership of the conflict is taken away from you, it's more difficult for you to reconcile, because you need to get the ones who really own the conflict to reconcile. And they have their own reasons not to reconcile or to reconcile. So I'm not sure how clear I am.
Thank you, Dr. Alexander. And maybe a brief several sentences to summarize your presentation. Yes, because we have much more speakers to follow you.
Yeah. So my conclusion is that the way to look at reconciliation is to look at the identification of peers, at the identification of those on the other side with whom it is possible to work, negotiate, and identify. That's the first principle. And the second principle, to look at the ways in which to retake the ownership of the conflict. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fatic. And I remind about our reglement, the measure of the topic 5, maximum 7 minutes, to preserve time for more questions from online and for our audience here. Thank you that you, Professor, said that it's very important to know where we go with this war, in this war, because, for example, it's we as Ukrainian feel it very strong that it's not about ceasefire or about stop this war right now, but when we will go, we'll be the part of this big imperium. It's the losers in this war would be vain. So we have to be. We have to know where to go as a democratic state and into European Union. This is very important as well. Наша наступна.
And our next speaker is Svetlana Osipchuk. She came here from Kyiv. She works at the Museum of War Childhood, and she will tell us. You can sit here, or you can go there, and she will tell us about the examples of practical peace building, what is being done in Ukraine already.
I would like to welcome everyone, and actually I'm not sure whether I will be able to share a lot about practical peace building. I will digress a little bit because I would like to say several words about the way everything started with our museum in Ukraine, for you to understand better what is my perspective. I am the head of the Museum of War Childhood. This is the office of an international institution of the Museum of War Childhood, which was founded in 217 in Sarajevo. They already had in 2017 some space for exhibition in Ukraine. We do not have such space yet because we just collect testimonies of children, and it is about the central office that is present in a different country, in particular in Bosnia, which has a similar experience to our experience. And of course, it gives rise to different ideas and to different thoughts. We try to compare these two countries and societies. I would like to focus more on that. The biggest difference between the offices is that when the museum was established in Bosnia, those researchers in museum, they worked with adults because the war was in the 19th in Bosnia, and the museum in Bosnia in Sarajevo shaped the community of adults, and it took some time for them to contemplate upon the experience they had in Bosnia, in Kyiv, and in Ukraine in general. We call it, but generally we say that these are the people whose childhood was affected by the war. We focus on the war in Ukraine And here I would like to say that when we have our meetings, last year we went to Bosnia twice. There were some joint events, and we try to compare these wars with the colleagues. But the difference is that we are adults, and they have this perspective of a childhood because they remember this war through the eyes of children, and for us it's about us being adult. And I think that it's a little bit different, the memories they have about the war, even some technical matters about shellings, about weapons, about studies. They still have these memories, and that is something which can be discussed. But I think that this is something that I heard in one of the statements during this panel discussion, and it was this idea that it is important to remember that the time which passed in the 90s, we haven't had this time yet because we are in the middle of the process right now, and that is why we cannot compare some of the things, and it is hardly time for us to force our society to reach in their vision, in their thoughts of peace building, to attain some things which have not been reached in the Balkans 30 years after the war ended. That is why, of course, we can really learn from the experience that they had and look into it. But to speak about reconciliation, well, I'm not from a religious community. I'm a representative of civil society. And to speak about reconciliation for me is really difficult, as reconciliation has to be genuine. And it seems to me, well, of course, it is very interesting for me to learn the experience of colleagues from civil society, from a religious environment, but we can have reconciliation only when both parties are striving for reconciliation. As a colleague from Serbia has mentioned, it is important for us to regain the ownership of the conflict, yes, but there is a slight difference between the ownership of this conflict in this party which attacked the country, and what is the ownership of the state which is defending itself and which is trying to resist these attacks. And as a speaker at the previous panel also stated, we are those who are surviving this conflict right now, and this is an ongoing conflict. This is a perspective which is very important for our work and for what we do, because we document this evidence or testimony of children, because this is a group of persons, and we know that children, if to hear about different ideas and what is being discussed at this conference, we understand that this is not the only platform where these things are discussed, because reconciliation is under discussion by different groups commemorating of the war when it's over, and other things. They are discussed in different domains. And if to speak about the vision of the governmental sector, the state sector, that children, they have this prospect of becoming another, just being present there when there will be some memorials, different commemoration ceremonies. It's important for children to be there because it is important for them to understand that this is something which doesn't have to happen again. Or speaking of children as those who are part of patriotic upbringing, which is extremely instrumental in our state in terms of understanding, but there are also some other positions, some other takes pertaining to children and childhood and our understanding of all of that. Before we speak about reconciliation, even if this takes place in a long-term perspective, I know I work in a civil society sector, and I know that it's important to start early, but from the perspective of what we do for the Museum of War Childhood, the contribution that we can have is that this ownership that we have heard about, it is important also to speak of agency I think that it is our contribution into the way our country will develop, because I'm a pessimist, and honestly I do not believe that a neighboring state will ever come to those processes of reconciliation. Probably I will not live to that moment, but we can hope that the agency spoken about is an important tool for reconciliation, for building an inclusive democratic society, inclusion of different denominations, different religious group. It will actually, I focus on children here because this is the group we work with. We do not have to force children to do anything. That will be my final statement, because the colleague mentioned that it is so strange that the book about reconciliation between a German officer, the story about a German officer is not part of the program. But do you remember that when he was playing with those children, he was still a representative of the occupation regime. He was a German officer. And of course, there was no equality back then. We do not really have this parity now. It to speak about those who are trying to reconcile and those who are trying to defend themselves. And a religious community probably know much more, well, at least I think they are well aware of everything that the civilians say, that justice is a very important concept for future reconciliation. And reconciliation is not just another word which means that we are not going to fight anymore in the future. It's not about that. Reconciliation has to be reached through justice, through conversations with future generations, that justice cannot be obtained without naming things as they are. We cannot have reconciliation if the aggressor or the perpetrator or doesn't admit their blame and doesn't repent, or if they don't demonstrate that they really have an understanding of the crimes they committed. This is the conclusion that I drew for myself, and I would like to say that it is very important to understand that. Speaking of Bosnia, the colleagues from the Central Office, the Bosnian Society, this is an extremely good example, and it is a very important perspective for us that we have to be mindful of. Reconciliation has to be genuine, and it has to be reached through proper, adequate naming of those developments which took place and why they took place. Thank you. Thank you, Svetlana. Thank you for very important words, that reconciliation is not forgetting. This is not deleting something from your memory. This is about all those processes. This is about reparations. This is about bringing to liability those who committed crimes. And you focus on the way children react to the war, how they perceive their reality. Also to remember about them, because they are the most vulnerable category of population in Ukraine. And the bridge between Ukraine and the Balkan region, the experience of this museum, this initiative, that it stems from the Balkan region. And I think this is a mutual sharing of the experience we've had. The next on the panel, Dr. Hrvoje Cvjanovic, professor of the Political Studies faculty from Zagreb, Croatia. The floor is yours. Thank you.
I'm a political philosopher, and actually, just one comment. When in the previous section we were talking about the church and the role of the church, Sergei mentioned the how one church fueled nationalism and aggression. And since I made my PhD in Hobbes would call it that this is exactly the kingdom of darkness. And then when the church participates in that, it's something that it's not really like what the church mission should be. Anyway, so my title is kind of provocative, saying like how not to forget. Unsettled justice from the war in ex-Yugoslavia to the war in Ukraine, neo-imperial narratives, memory and forgiveness. So it's like a long title because I want to say a lot, and I'll see how much time I can take. But anyway, I'll start with what I'm doing recently. It's kind of like a media monitoring. Every Friday morning on the Serbian TV channel called Happy, Vojislav Šešelj, notorious Serbian radical and the war criminal convicted by the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia, yet released before serving his complete sentence, sits in the studio with a Russian St. George ribbon on his chest. He usually talks about Serbian politics, the situation in the region, as well as the situation in Ukraine, calling Ukraine usually the former Ukrainian state and glorifying Russian fight against the Nazis in Ukraine as he sees the political leadership of Ukraine. Šešelj was a leader of the paramilitary group that participated in aggression against Croatia, that committed numerous war crimes, particularly before and during the siege of the eastern Croatian city Vukovar, close to the Serbian border. He has been known as a figure responsible for spreading nationalistic hatred and advocating for the neo-imperial project of Greater Serbia that would include the most of Croatian territory, including the territories of Bosnia. This political program is still the part of Serbian radicals. However, Šešelj, although some would claim politically marginal today, is present in the media continuously. It's hard to compare his media and public presence with any other radical of that sort in other countries of former Yugoslavia, at least as someone being convicted for war crimes. After the trial, when his sentence was confirmed, he said, "I'm proud of my war crimes, and I'm ready to repeat them all for numerous times." He was the first Serbian convicted for war crimes against Croatians and other non-Serbs, but released in 2014, apparently due to his terminal health conditions. Yet, 10 years later, Šešelj is alive and well, still advocating for Serbian neo-imperial renaissance and supporting Russian aggression in Ukraine. So why did I decide to take this example in the context of the overcoming the horrors of war based on the experience of the post-Yugoslav countries? Šešelj is probably one of the best examples, but not the only one, of how unsettled justice comes as a boomerang and becomes the seed for permanent nationalistic and imperial dreams, warmongering, ethnic hatred, and thus political instability. After the Srebrenica genocide and the Dayton Peace Accord, when the major conflicts were over, the U.S. Secretary of Madeleine Albright, of State Madeleine Albright said, "Justice is essential to strengthen the rule of law, softens the bitterness of victims' families, and remove an obstacle to cooperation among the parties." She added that the only way that reconciliation can come is if people have a sense that justice has been done and those who have perpetrated the terrible crimes are punished individually. This view assumes that qualitative peace can be established only if justice comes first. Although demands for justice should be a precondition for alleviating trauma and preserving peace, the trials against the war crimes in former Yugoslavia has not only shown the problem of limited scope and long prosecutions that have left many victims marginalized and their suffering unrecognized. More importantly, I would say that the lesson learned showed that mere focus on satisfying demands of justice in the procedural way was not enough to fully... Okay. Sorry. So, the reason is that, it's the thing is that the justice sought at courts is not going to basically change the narratives. And this is what I say, what I think when I talk about the unsettled justice. We have the condition when justice has not been fully achieved, even after the trials, because it remains contested, incomplete, or uncertain. And in that sense, this unsettled justice creates a state of limbo where the pursuit of justice is obstructed, detached from socio-political reality, in which the narratives and practices that led to the war remain as the part of the political discourse. In such conditions, the pursuit of justice remains unresolved or elusive. Therefore, the question from the title, How Not to Forget, reflects the problem of unsettled justice and the continuation of neo-imperial narratives that, on the one hand, have been perpetuating the victimization memories, and on the other hand, resentment and not forgiveness. The public sphere has been crafted in a way not to forget the past. And, we can see that especially in a figure of Šešelj and the neo-imperial and expansionist narratives. Although these narratives have thrived in the figures of politicians from the 1990s, it continues to perpetuate for a new time in contemporary times. There are many. Today we can talk about the many similarities about this. The demands for justice, or like the historical experiences that we had. The situation with the Croatian homeland war for independence and current Ukrainian war for the territorial integrity and independence from Russian imperial encroachment is something that we in Croatia observed as a sort of, like, at least in my personal case, as a trauma, as a sort of like PTSD. Because it reminds us of what we lived 30 or so years ago. Also, for example, the case of Vukovar and the case of Mariupol are kind of similar. Both cities were under the siege for months, completely destroyed, and defenders and civilians, those staying in the encirclement, ended up dead or captured. At the time, Vukovar was 10 times smaller than Mariupol, but the story about the siege was kind of similar. Also, okay. So, just, I wanted to say something about the ideological foundations, because it's important. There are like a lot of similarities as well. We can see the situation now with the narrative in a Serbian discourse, kind of similar to the narrative of Russian discourse. When they talk about the protection of Christianity, it's kind of similar. Vojislav Šešelj is a figure that today it's a kind of a figure, a combination that can be found as a figure in today in Alexander Dugin or Dmitry Medvedev, when Dugin says that basically they are fighting Satanism in Ukraine and similar gibberish. So we have these narratives perpetuating all the time, and the problem is that you can have three scenarios basically. You can defeat the enemy and the narrative, and I would say that would be the case of the Nazi Germany. What happened after the war? There was like the process of denazification and so on. Second, you can defeat the enemy but not the narrative. That's happened, according to my view, in a case of Serbia. And maybe like the third case, I don't know. I'm not so optimistic. Maybe the Russia, because of the political circumstances, cannot be completely defeated, but the Russian narrative has to be defeated in that sense, and that's the only way how reconciliation, I think, is possible and justice can be settled here in Ukraine. Thank you.
Дякую.
Thank you, Professor Cvijanovic, for putting the stresses that it's not only about the physical level it's not only about stopping destruction and killings, but it's the war of narratives. That's why we call it a hybrid war, because it penetrates all levels of human existence. So putting the right accents, and especially understanding that evil unpunished is reborn into a worse dragon than before. This is what we have witnessed before here in Ukraine, because the communist crimes were not condemned as Nazism, and now it has transformed into fascism. So there are very clear parallels there. Our next speaker is Hanna Homeniuk, who works at Caritas Ukraine and is the national coordinator of Caritas Ukraine. She has come here from Kyiv. Hello, everyone. You know, with every speaker, it's becoming more and more difficult to stay in my seat, so it's good it's my turn to speak. And before moving in depth of what I would like to share with you, I would like to offer you, well, a symbolic within my time allowed, a minute of silence for everyone who died in the Russian-Ukrainian war, but also for those who died during the genocides on our planet during the last years and centuries. Thank you. So, relating to what previous speakers talked about and recalling our strategy, I would like to start with the word truth and the word memory. We've been talking about it, and we've had various discussions in different formats, and we've been talking about the fact how important it is for us to preserve the memory and to have the history based on real stories of what is actually happening during this war. And it's very important not only within the framework of how this memory is being shaped in Ukraine right now, but it's also important for reconsideration generally. And when we speak about history, when we speak about our political actions, about our, education, how we can actually reconsider our neighborhood and, the countries like Russia and Ukraine. It seems like a very big thing, but how is it related to reconciliation? For me, reconciliation consists of at least three big parts. It's about some changes in the relations between those who are being reconciled, even if we speak about the countries. It's about the integration of experience, how we integrated when we finished the war. Fortunately, we now have the opportunity to talk to our colleagues for whom the war, the active phase of the war is over, but the peace building work is still going on and will still be going on for decades ahead. How we integrate this experience, and it's about whether we can move forward. And that's why we are speaking about the importance of reconciliation for Ukraine and whether it is important for us here and now. So that's what we're talking here. So I do agree that it may be not a task for our generation because it's not the experience we will be able to integrate and not the experience that will be integrated by those people who have survived during this war. But that will be the moment when we as Ukraine will be able to move on. But what kind of country will that be? So, and also it's about what can be done right now. I'm saying that, I'm speaking to you right now, and I travel abroad a lot. I do travel to various conferences. I talk to people from other countries, and I'm trying to explain some things. And I do understand that I myself do not understand the history of Ukraine that much to understand how we got here at this point. So I also need some additional education in that regard. And yesterday we were talking about the fact that the global south has no understanding who we are and why we are here. So our task is to understand it and to share this knowledge with the others. And it's also about what we are doing and what many of our colleagues in Ukraine are doing. This is about the space and about reflections. It's about the space where we can share various experiences of war and where we can provide support to each other. At one of the panels, we talked today that Ukrainians, especially Ukrainians in the rear, they do not dare to think about the defeat, but they do. And do we have the space to talk about it? Or do we not have the space to talk about it? And these people just are left alone with different experiences, a different understanding on their own. So do we have this space for reflection? And can we be the ones to support each other and to hear and listen to each other? This is a basic thing, but this is something that could help us live through many things in this war. We are also talking about various very difficult experiences, like the experience of captivity or experience of rape. And we've talked about the fact that in Bosnia you have communities of those children who were born after the rapes of their mothers, and we will have children like that as well. So what can we do right now to help those women? And the role of religion is important here as well. So what are we talking about in our religious communities, and how do we create a space of support and a space to integrate this experience? And the last and the most difficult one, when we speak about forgiveness. To build a country, we will have to think about it at least. We understand that psychologically the experience can be integrated when we are already not emotional about what's happening, when we are not feeling anger and other emotions. That happens when a certain experience becomes a memory, and we are not there yet, and that's okay because we are in the active phase of war at the moment. And in this situation, it's important not to do harm. And when we speak about the fact that forgiveness is important, when we speak about this, it's important to not to say pray for your enemy and make it a kind of a imperative or something, because we may close the door for this person forever. And to conclude, I can say that we have a long way to go, but we have a chance to survive in this country as a free and democratic country, and we have a chance to build and develop the country. Thank you.
Thank you for these perspectives that you've shared, and it's clear that there's a lot of work to be done. A lot has been done in the Balkans, and of course the Ukrainian society is also faced with very many tasks and challenges. So another presenter for today is Tatiana Ivanova, who is the national coordinator of Allows Ukraine. She's based in Kyiv, Ukraine. Well, if you do not mind, I will be seated. Will that be all right? Thank you. If there are no objections, of course, I prefer to be seated to continue the discussion. When I was preparing for the conference and this panel discussion in particular, I was just thinking what it is that I have to say about reconciliation. And what Svetlana has mentioned really resonates with me because I represent a civil society sector. I can second everything voiced right now. So probably I will share with you that 2 days ago at night I was writing a proposal to receive some funding for a hub for women in the city of Chernihiv, and then I learned about the death of a very good person who died at the front line, and my hands started shaking, but I understood that I need to persevere. And it's very important for me to be focused, to pull myself together, and to continue doing what I'm supposed to do. Because a lot depends on what I'm supposed to do. It means that citizens of Chernihiv will be able to receive free of charge services for their psychological and mental health status. So if to speak about reconciliation, there is not much I can add in this respect. The only thing I know for sure is that Ukrainians, each and every Ukrainian, deserve, and they really deserve, a dignified life. And the reflections that we have no time for, unfortunately, right now. And, well, unfortunately, we are limited in time. But this is the cornerstone, I guess, that everyone needs needs before we start discussing reconciliation. The enemy has to be brought to responsibility. We really need some time to think it over, to reflect on everything, and then to elaborate concepts of future communication, primarily inside the country and also beyond Ukraine. With regard to reconciliation as such, if we do speak about reconciliation, then it is important to have reconciliation between Ukrainians. On that, I would like to share a little bit more about my daily activities, and this is what I do. We've been in the third year of helping women who suffered from conflict-related sexual violence. There is a rehabilitation shelter in the Volyn region. Survivors of these crimes, they were in temporarily occupied territories, in particular in the Donetsk region. I always remember the story. This is a very illustrative example. That's something I feel like sharing with you today. In September of 2022, Svetohirsk was deoccupied, and we started receiving people from this territory to receive support under the framework of the project. Of course, we started communicating with the people. There was one family, and we offered our support to them. We said that you will have to move to a rehabilitation shelter, which is in the Ivano-Frankivsk region. And they told me that Ivano-Frankivsk region, there are these Banderity, the Ukrainian nationalists, and we do not feel like doing that. And these are the people who are survivors of war crimes. They survived the occupation. And for me, it was an extremely stressful point. I sat with them and talked with them. I told them about the region, about the village where the shelter was set up, about the locals who, when the war broke out, opened the doors of their homes, and they were ready to take in people coming there from Kyiv and other places of Ukraine. They provided shelter to all those people. After that, we created a Ukrainian library in the shelter. There is also a local school, and this is a school where this girl goes to. She's a survivor, she's underage. Local teachers of this school, they started an integration process in terms of the school training program for the communication to run smoothly, and she had very big problems. Of course, after undergoing everything, they just really wanted to make sure that she feels comfortable, and everyone contributed to that. A headmaster, the teachers, the shelters team. When she had any problems, when she was protesting a lot and she didn't want to communicate, but there was a soft approach applied, and it was important to preserve this communication and to continue interaction. This girl graduated from the school. She entered a law faculty at the Ivano-Frankivsk University. She is in Ukraine, and she decided to stay in that region, in the Ivano-Frankivsk region, Halituna. some different events, I also share the story. Because for me, it means that it's important to apply efforts to be able to live in peace with each other, to do something good for each other, for us to be united, to be in solidarity. This is the biggest task that we have. I understand it as a representative of a civil society sector and just as a citizen of Ukraine, and I would really like everyone to keep working in this manner. Thank you, Tatiana. I would like to express gratitude to you personally as well as other civil society activists, because you are the people who help traumatized people. I remember when the war started, we had very many dreams that when the war is over, things will be totally different. We had so many plans. Now we have no time for dreaming, for making these plans, because the first thing on the agenda is for us to survive. It's important for us to listen to those people who have sustained these traumas. We really need to be patient. It is important for us to preserve lives, to preserve energy, and to be able to move forward. The next one is Dmytro, Dr. Dmytro Solin, pastor of the German Evangelical Lutheran Church of Ukraine. He is also a professor of the Department of Biblical Sciences at the Ukrainian Catholic University. Over to you, Dr. Dmytro. Glory to Jesus Christ. I know that I don't have much time for my stand, but I would like to tell you about the German Evangelical Lutheran Church of Ukraine activities in times of war, and also about the prospects, peace-building prospects, which are under discussion today. I would like to underline that the German Evangelical Lutheran Church of Ukraine is not a big community, and today it has only 18 communities in the territory of Ukraine. However, since the beginning of the war, it has been actively engaged in different humanitarian missions and projects, in particular thanks to the support of numerous Lutheran foundations, Gustav Adolfek and Martin Luther Bunschweitz, Diakonie, as well as other. As far as reconciliation is concerned, which is in the center of our attention today, we are very actively engaged in this discussion. Despite the fact that we are in a minority, we are very active in communication, especially to speak about German surroundings, also in Switzerland. Several times I went abroad for different humanitarian reasons, and each time I was asked a question because I was invited to share about the situation from my perspective. And in the beginning, there was a very naive perception of the conflict, the so-called conflict. Trying to communicate the situation as it is in Ukraine, my colleagues and me tried to explain that the principles of naive pacifism, this is something which has no justification, and that is something which brings no result. And that is why speaking about reconciliation, very often that is something which is not applicable in the current situation in Ukraine the way it is being discussed. We managed to convince many of our colleagues. The informational space was vital to us. To be brief, if to speak about the prospects of reconciliation and some considerations, some observations that we have, that we could share as something which seems to be useful, I would like to focus on two important points. First of all, it is important to be heard. Is society in Ukraine ready to listen to a religious discourse, to this message which comes from Christian sources and priests, isn't ready for this. My specialty is not societal sciences. I'm more into philology. However, I closely monitor the trends in the media. And it's important to admit that secular trends in Ukraine are quite significant. That is why the religious discourse, the discourse in which we work, this platform from which we speak, it's not actively perceived. In a negative sense, this is the result of the division which we see in the beginning of the war. And that is something which could see in all Christian denominations, and not only, I mean the division between Ukrainian Christians and between their brothers and sisters on the other side of the border. It was a very painful division because I also experienced it, as well as many other fellow believers. This division was about the lack of acknowledgement of the Russian Christians, of the information about the situation in Ukraine. We've been told that we are liars. I mean, literally, we've been accused of fake news, propaganda, and while we actually try to explain that this is what we see firsthand, they didn't believe us. That is why very often in this Christian space, on the other side of the border, there were aggressive accusations against Ukraine. They were not just that was incitement of violence and support of the Putin's regime. In this sense, when people could see that, and these were not religious people, of course, that resulted in a decreased trust for religion as such. And I think that this is something which constitutes a problem. I'm not directly involved, but I partially know about that. If to speak about the Muslim world, I'm speaking about the support of the rhetoric by the Muslims in Russia, and this is the primary problem, the problem of the discourse. Is Ukrainian society ready to hear out what religious discourse brings, what we can share from the gospel, because the authority has been disrupted. And there's another topic we've touched upon today. I disagree with this idea that the political concept of the religious world is it is a religious political concept. And the last council of the Russian people, I don't remember what it was called exactly, demonstrated it clearly, and that is why people have a negative attitude. That is why they do not really feel that Christianity could become a powerful in political ideology. This is the question that I'm mostly concerned about, and that is something which has to be discussed. Also, there is another one about reconciliation.
And it's also about reconciliation inside the country. The problem remains very topical. And I would like to mention another group of people. I was personally acquainted with people who have had a very traumatic turn in their consciousness. People who associated themselves with the pro-Russian part of Ukraine for a long time. People who spoke Russian only, and they demonstrated their Russian identity wherever they could. With the full-scale invasion, many of them changed their positions radically to the position towards Ukrainian patriotisms. But for many of those I know, this experience was very traumatic. They could not understand how come. They could not believe, as it was mentioned today, that the war is generally possible. Nobody believed it was possible, but it happened. The same goes about other groups in today's Ukrainian society. They also need some internal reconciliation, some internal agreement, and this is connected also with the migration of some Ukrainians abroad. Of course, those who migrated from the really dangerous areas, well, that's understandable. There's no doubt why they did that. There is a share of Ukrainians who migrated from the relatively safe places, and they did so probably not because there was a threat to their lives, but because they, well, used this opportunity. And there are people like that. And there is this tension because of that. And generally, I believe that today, when we speak about reconciliation, I do agree that the external reconciliation, I mean the reconciliation with the country which brought war to us, is a very remote prospect for some time in the future. Now we have more important and more relevant challenges to ensure the internal reconciliation, the consolidation of the society. And another matter is the matter of the religious discourse. Are we ready to send the right message to the society? And will this message be understood? Because, well, in my observations, the degree of secularization of the Ukrainian society has increased. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Dmitro, for these important things you mentioned to be heard, and also about the Ukrainian society, including the religious actors who were speaking about what was happening in Ukraine at the beginning of this war, and we encountered this wall of misunderstanding in the beginning, and also about the reconciliation which we have to reach internally first, and then in some remote prospect we may also reconcile with the aggressor. And we have our last speaker for today. That's Dr. Tatiana Milovanovic from Sarajevo. That's Bosnia and Herzegovina. She is a director of the Post-Conflict Research Center.
And I'll try to be brief because we had a whole session yesterday that in part was had me in it, and it took about 3 hours of us talking back and forth. So I don't want to take any more of this precious time. I'm going to make a few observations of being here in the last few days and learning a lot from all of you here, and also some observations that we had as our little Balkan peace building clique that that traveled from Sarajevo and Istria to here. First of all, I do know that it shocked some people yesterday when I was explaining that I was born in 1994, and yet I'm here talking about the war. I'm talking about the experiences of my people. And I apologize for being a relevant actor of civil society in my country. I truly do apologize that it came as a shock, but that's what happens. And that's what I hope will happen in the Ukrainian society one day, that you will be able, as you grow as a country, to empower your young people, and especially your young women, to take places of peace and to move forward the peace building in your country. And I know, and we also do very much understand, we come from very different contexts, and you also all come with many emotions right now as you're fighting a war. And what we learned from our experience during war and genocide, and then also in post-conflict Bosnia and the Balkans, and why we cherished experiences of other communities a lot during the war and learning about it. May I not just remind you that around the time when the Bosnian and Srebrenica genocide was unfolding, there was also another genocide unfolding on the other part of the world, which is the Rwandan genocide, which is the 30 years of it this year. So we were very much sort of found it meaningful to learn about these experiences because they gave us this very important sense of humility and humanity that in order to survive as a nation, you need to have and grow in yourselves. And that is not to say that we expect that tomorrow Ukraine will reconcile with Russia. And that was never our message to share from the Balkans, because that is not something that we can do. That is not something that we can make anybody do. And we also didn't come here to give you lectures. We came to offer that humility and humanity. And I think that's what also Amra today during her wonderful presentation wanted to share a bit, wanted to share the music, wanted to share the cookies, wanted to share the love that prevails, horrors of the war. And so that is why I am a little bit relevant to talk about peace today in Bosnia, even only at 30 years old. And yeah, and so that's some of the observations. I do also hope that our experiences did not come off as a lecture to all of you, that they did come with hopefulness in building and rebuilding Ukraine, and that you will be able to find us Bosnian and Balkan peace builders as friends. And maybe it was a little bit childish of us to come with these ideals of peace in a war-torn country at this moment. But I also do hope that it was significant to see how important it is and how it will be important for you that the children of survivors of this war, that the children of also war perpetrators of this war, which is myself, as I am a child of a war perpetrator, are very important and crucial in building a peaceful and sustainable Ukraine one day. So thank you very much for this.
Thank you, Tatiana, and I would like also to thank the whole delegation coming from the post-Yugoslavia countries. It's a sign of solidarity with the Ukrainian nation, because it's always easier to come through some difficulties when you understand that you're not alone. So thank you very much. And we have almost half an hour for the discussion, so the first question, or even a comment from Father Datsko, who would like to share the experience of peace building when religious communities were involved in that, including the Greek Catholic Church. We'll be speaking about the 1980s, 1990s, and I would like to encourage those in the audience to think of their questions. Please raise your hands, and those who are online, please write your questions on the chat. Father, we cannot hear you. Maybe your microphone is off. Glory to Jesus Christ. I will speak Ukrainian, and I would like to share my experience how the process of reconciliation took place, starting from Bishop Joseph, because I was his chancellor and secretary, and then on and on after that. So in times of Patriarch Joseph, there was not much talk about reconciliation with other nations, because we understand that he died 40 years ago, so that's 2 generations ago, when we had Chernenko as the first secretary of the Communist Party, but we had a very good and very big competition for reconciliation when the leaders of the Greek Catholic Church, when Miroslav Lubashevsky became the leader of the Catholic Church. When we speak about reconciliation, we have to understand that Cardinal Leszczynski was the first to start talking about that, and he wrote about it in his memoirs. He was in prison in 1952, 1955, and while there he was thinking of how to celebrate the millennium of Christianity in Poland, which was to be celebrated in 1965, 1966. And then we heard these important words of the Polish nation to the German nation, forgive as we forgive you. And the answer was positive from the Germans. We had the process started when we celebrated the preparation to the millennium of Christianity in Rus, and we started together with the Polish colleagues. So we gathered together at the Polish Collegium and in our Collegium of St. Joseph's in Rome. That was in 1986-87. And those were the first steps towards reconciliation and forgiveness between Ukraine and Poland. And there is a big difference. Before that, both Ukrainian hierarchs and Polish hierarchs were ready to make that step. But in 1987, on the occasion of the 40th anniversary of the establishment of the organization, his beatitude extended the hand of forgiveness and reconciliation to the Russian Church and the Russian nation. You know, the reaction of the Ukrainian world, especially the nationalists, was very negative, and they even said that Lubashevsky should be brought to the tribunal because we should not ask for forgiveness when those were the Russians who committed the crimes against Ukrainians. But they were great people. Even the Americans said that we all know who persecuted whom. So we have to help Ukrainians who have suffered so much harm from the Russians. We had no reactions from the Russians whatsoever. And the Russian nation and the Russian church find it difficult to say, forgive us, because they believe that all the others only have to ask for forgiveness. We said, okay, Lubashevsky extended his hand of forgiveness and reconciliation, but that hand appeared not met with understanding. And the Synod wrote in English a letter to Patriarch Pimen to withdraw what was done at the Lviv Pseudo Council. I have the original document about that here. But they did not respond. And when the Transfiguration Cathedral was transferred to our church, Patriarch Cyril visited his beatitude in his residence, and I was at this meeting, and we said that as canonical churches would try to cooperate, but his beatitude said that I extended my hand, you never responded, so please leave us alone. We will live our lives and you live your lives. It is the fact that Poland was ready for this step. We had many ones, if we speak about what was happening in the Volyn region, and you may recall that Cardinal or his beatitude Patrick Lubomir. He served in Ukraine and in Poland. The masses calling for reconciliation, and the Poles understood that it's necessary. And here in immigration, a lot was done for the purpose, and especially the Culture Journal, for example. But on the part of Patriarch Philaret, who wasn't the patriarch at that time yet, he wants to succeed Pimen in Moscow, but he never did anything in this regard. Well, Lubomir managed to ensure a common prayer in the Volodymyr Cathedral during the times of Patriarch Lubomir. And I remember, and even the close near and dear ones remember that. So there's this book, In Search of the Truth. So here I published my discussion with Metropolitan Ilarion Alfeyev when we talked about reconciliation, about forgiveness, and so on. But there was no reaction from their side. It's very difficult to talk to Russia. It's very important to note what Tatiana Ivanova mentioned. It's important for the Ukrainians to reconcile. The Ukrainians from Eastern Ukraine with the Ukrainians from Western Ukraine. We may have different views and so on. This reconciliation has to be two-sided. It's not possible for Ukrainians to apologize and for the Russians not to do so as well. And then forgive us as we forgive you, yes, but you also have to ask for forgiveness. Those who have lost their children, their husbands, their brothers, their sisters, cannot forget. Well, that needs a lot of time. And this is our dilemma right now. We want to be Christians, but the Russians, at least it looks like that at the moment, they have enough people who are ready to continue, and there's no one who would like to extend the hand of forgiveness on their part. Thank you.
Thank you for summarizing the entire conference, I guess, because we understand that the churches, they have been engaged in the process of peace building right from the start. We can see some good results. We can see those hands extended for reconciliation, and these gestures were not taken well by another party. But I think that we will have to repeat these gestures, but that is probably something which is going to take place in the far, far future. So probably, yes, we have some comment by the professor.
Yeah, I just wanted to make some comments. I mean, if there are no questions from the audience from the beginning, just, like, I would like to say something about the presentations here. I would say that I would disagree with Professor Fatic in this argument about the need to forget things or to think that the things were good before and that we were stronger before. I think that this is a kind of delusional. I was like a couple of months ago, I was at the Harvard Ukrainian Institute talking with Serhiy Plokhy, maybe someone of you know him. And we had a conference on the decolonizing Ukraine. It's about something that Pastor Dmitro says here. It's the voice that should be heard. And this is exactly what we wanted. We wanted not like, we didn't want, like something like we didn't want one voice. We wanted like each voice to be heard. And in this particular case, this is the Ukrainian voice. And in our case, this was the Croatian voice and probably the Bosnian voice. And it means that in times of these identity shifts, it means that like we are not supposed to forget things. We don't have like so much common things as we belong, like the things that we are like thinking of this discourse of that we are brothers and so on. It's wrong. I think it's like the brothers are not committing to each other a holodomor. The brothers are not doing that stuff. And like we have the right to take our own route and to be like on our own. And in terms of Croatia, I would say that we are much stronger now. We are in the family of the EU and the NATO, and we feel that we are much more protected than in 1991. If we were in 1991 in the NATO member, we were not suffered that war, and it would be the case in Ukraine as well. As we know, in 2008, if I recall it well, in Bucharest, it was supposed that Ukraine, come to NATO as well, but it didn't happen at the end. So I would say, like that, we should be careful if we are thinking about the reconciliation, that then in that case we should really take time and like leave our voices alone and not just to craft another brotherhood of nations and so on. I think that was a wrong path in the past.
Я би також
I also would like to agree with Dr. Dmytro Solin. If there was a crisis, there was some reason why it happened. There was something going wrong, and I think the crisis just revealed all of that. The same goes for the war in Ukraine, this full-scale invasion. There was many years of preparation preceding it. That is why it is important for us to look into the roots. There were some narratives, there was a lot of incitement of these processes, and it resulted in a military aggression. That is why to speak about religious, educational institutions, their role is very important. I also would like to invite everyone to have some discussion. We have some time left. Marichka. I have a question.
From post-Yugoslav states. I'm not an expert in the war of 1991, but my husband is a historian, and we sometimes talk about these topics. And to his opinion, one of the reasons why the war started was that the states that formed after Yugoslavia disappeared, broke apart. The borders of the newly formed states were made this way that not a single nation was completely overpowering, and happy in each of the states, because each nation had some pretensions over the territories of other nations, and as far as I know, that in current state the borders are still disputed, and for example in Bosnia and Herzegovina, the situation is very delicate because it's very hard to make everyone happy. And my question is, how do the peoples in post-Yugoslav states, how this problem of borders and still unresolved problem of some Serbian Republic inside the Bosnia and Herzegovina and other things, how this influences the reconciliation, and is there any chance that the different sides will accept curtain borders, or or will it somehow be reflected that they will change? What do you think about it? And yes, so thank you.
Probably to Tatiana or
it created violent conflict and genocide. So that's why it's not something that we're necessarily proud of in that sense, because it developed into violence. What has been happening in the last few years, especially, I have to say it's not, for us, it's really not the last few years. It is a thing that these ethno-national tensions reach peaks always around elections, because most of our current government leaders, again saying most because we do have some oppositions who are a bit more socially democratic and a bit more oriented toward a unified Bosnia, they came to power mostly with nationalistic rhetoric, in this case, the bad one. And in order to stay in power, that's the rhetoric that needs to continue. It is a little bit unfortunate to say that right before the aggression on Ukraine started, we were very worried about this potential for secession, and there were some talk about new military being made, separate institutions being made. And then what did happen is that you all here and your people provided resistance to Russian aggression. And that then showed the Russian-backed powers in our country that you can't just go around taking territories because you have these historical claims on them. This is not how in democratic societies we work, and that is not what you can just expect anymore. And in a way, your power and your resistance greatly helped us also in our own resistance, and in also showing these ethno-nationalistic parties who are backed by Russian Orthodox Church and Russia overall that it is not something that is going to be allowed in modern world to just happen overnight and do. Now, what the future holds, I can't tell you because I'm not that psychic. But what I can say, and where we sort of find our power, is in many millions of, in our case, Bosnian and Herzegovinians who are for a unified Bosnia. How that Bosnia is also going to look like, we will see. We do have a lot of, in a way, this maybe faith is the right word, I'm not sure, in the process that we are to take when talking about the accession to the EU. And we do have a set of reforms that our country needs to go through in order to even scratch the surface of European Union. And whether we get to European Union or not, that's not the point. But the set of reforms that is there are very beneficial for the country. And those would be the reforms that also touch upon the Dayton Peace Agreement and that are supposed to help us bridge these divides and destroy these divides, hopefully. When it comes to ordinary people, very ordinary people, they are mostly worried about survival right now. The economic situation, as in most of the world, but then especially in countries that have already struggled with economy, is even worse now. So we have very big brain drain. We have whole families leaving the country. And that is the worrying trend. And so when it comes to ordinary people, they don't, and I speak that through the experiences of even my family and my mom, who owns a very Bosnian type of kafana. And so those people, while drinking and having some rakia every night, really just think about the survival, the education of their children, and how to go forward. Their minds are not in war, their minds are not in hate, and they all sit together and have rakia across those ethnic divides, but are how can we do something? Can we earn some money? Can we move forward? So those are two polarities in a way of the society. We have this political one that's made on divides, and we have this human one that's made on connection in the country. Thank you. And thank you so much for the question. It was a brilliant one.
Yeah, if you just my view also, it's just a quick. I would say that it's an of course interesting question, and when we talk about what you just mentioned about the borders that are recognized in Bosnia, yes. The Bosnia is the member, the EU, the UN member, and the borders are recognized internationally. However, you see that the Ukraine was recognized at the very beginning of the 90s, and the Russian Federation recognized Ukraine in the historical borders of 1991. But now these historical borders are contested, and we see that this possibility that that the current leadership in Russia say that, oh, this was wrong. It was wrong that we recognized Ukraine in that territories. So I'm not always. I'm never optimistic. So I'm not optimistic also about yeah. So I'm kind of not a pessimist though, not a dark pessimist, but I'm kind of like a realist and seeing the opportunity that you can always go back, and that we in Croatia it's a little bit different now because, as I said, we are under the shield of the NATO. However, we don't even know what can happen with the NATO in the future. So if the NATO falls apart, everything falls apart. And you can hear, as I said, what I'm doing recently from the media monitoring, you can hear from Serbia a lot of thinking in a sense of the football game. Oh, now we are waiting for the second half. After the geopolitical situation is going to change, when Russia apparently wins in Ukraine, then we are going to question all the things, including the situation in Kosovo, in Bosnia, and of course Montenegro. So,
thank you. And to conclude our session, I would like to give the 1 minute maximum for every our member, our speaker. If Professor Fatic is still with us online. Okay, please prepare your final speech, and we will start from Tetiana and moving.
Я знаєте, після того, як професор мене
After Professor quoted me, I wanted to comment on what I've said. Additionally, I usually protest against these discussions and narratives, and I consider them artificial when somebody tries to say that Ukrainians are different, mentally different in different parts of Ukraine. I believe it not to be so. And this example which I shared, it's about support. It's about support of Ukrainians supporting other Ukrainians. And the case I told you, this is a family from Svetohirsk, and we all know that this is a very specific place. They have a very big monastery that belonged to the Moscow Patriarchate, and it's been there for years and years. And it was also the electoral district where Azarov's son was elected, if you know who he is. So, these narratives, they were artificial, and they were artificially promoted by the local influencers from among the Russian clergy. So this is just a short comment I wanted to add.
So just for a conclusion, as I said, like up to now, it's we will live in very dangerous times, and I would say, since my specialty is the narratives, I would say that this battle is probably going to be decided on the field of narratives, not only on the military field. And this particular narrative now, it's very dangerous because it's not just political. It's also what comes, from Russia. It's also the kind of eschatological narrative where Russia presents itself as a katechon, as someone who is supposed to withhold the come of the greatest evil in the world. And when you are fighting with such narrative, it's much more dangerous when you're fighting just an enemy, like a regular enemy. So I would say, that Ukraine has to try to do the best to confront these narratives and show like the emptiness of these narratives. Thank you.
I would like to thank everyone who participated in today's discussion. Especially, I would like to note what I've been thinking about. That's the remote prospects of great reconciliation, large-scale reconciliation. But, first of all, we have to heal our internal wounds. And I would also like to note another thing, something that bothers me a lot. It's the religious discourse and religious dimension of the great politics and the Great War. And in fact, despite the fact that there is this idea that the world is generally moving towards intensive secularization, we can see that religious narratives are easily intertwined into political narratives. And trying to evoke some religious interests or religious feelings for some political purposes is an easy thing to do. And I think that we need to study this phenomenon, and it has to be in the focus of a separate research. And there's another thing that I mentioned in my speech today, that Ukrainian society in general seems to be more secularized right now, at least it seems to me. And that means that we, as the representative of the church, will have to make sure that the Christian message is heard. Well, first of all, I would like to finally agree having this opportunity with the fact that I think that the main task in peace building and reconciliation for Ukrainians is to make peace with ourselves and to be support to each other. And I would also like to say that we all have to make sure that in different communities, in different environments, we can be the allies to each other. And I see good prospects here that when the war is over, it will be a long process of peace building, and this will be for the next generations to work on as well. And we are now already working with different generations. It's about, activization, not only political, but also social, and this connection between the different strata of Ukrainian society so that we can act together. I think that this also leads to many reconciliation processes as well. And I would like to thank for the discussion itself. It was extremely interesting to be reflecting on these matters with you together. Thank you.
Thank you all. I'll just thank everybody and thank you for bringing the Bosnian and Balkan voices to the table, especially the ones coming from civil society, as we tend to have to fight our way to be heard. I was very honored and humbled to be here, and hope to join you in the fight against colonialism around the world. Hvala, slava Ukraini.
I don't have much to say, in fact, but continuing this idea that the different groups have to talk to each other, well, I should say that this conference is just the example of this. When you work with documenting children's experiences, is mostly field work, and it has its pluses, but also it has its downsides, because it's difficult to get outside of this bubble and to hear other voices and other perspectives. So thank you for this opportunity. It was very important and very interesting, and I do agree that talking together is important. Thank you for that. And it may even be a bit funny that the conference is based on religious topics, but it still was one of the most sincere and honest conferences I have attended in the recent times. Thank you. I've been sitting and thinking that we have still so much work to do. We will be thinking about reconciliation at some point in future, but now we have to work with Ukraine as it is. I have recently heard the information that the textbooks on history and geography, which are used on the occupied territories at the moment, these are the textbooks which were printed in 2022, and they don't mention Ukraine as a separate state at all. So back then, when the Russian forces only started attacking Ukraine, they were ready with these textbooks, which eliminated Ukraine from the map of the world. And these are the textbooks that are used to teach children on the occupied territories. And when Ukraine prevails and comes there, I'm even afraid to think how much work and what kind of work should be done there on these deoccupied territories. We'll have to talk to these children. You know, those in Ukraine, they in Crimea, they didn't learn Ukrainian for the last 10 years. The same goes about the LNR and DNR. And those on the occupied territories, they haven't been learning Ukrainian since 2022. We can't teach them Ukrainian. We have good teachers and methodologies for that. But talking to children about the fact that Ukraine has come back here, but you have never learned about Ukraine because the textbooks you used didn't said it didn't exist. That will be difficult. And now we will say that the Baldera followers will come here and teach you to speak Ukrainian or something like that. Well, that's not something like, we are thinking already, what will we do when we do occupy these territories? How do we work with these children there? But I'm grateful to all those who spoke about critical thinking and about the readiness for dialogue and readiness to keep working on, despite the fact that we are working in some very unpredictable circumstances. Thank you. I would like to thank all the speakers and all the participants who are present here live and online for participating in this international conference. called Overcoming Together the Horrors of War, Experience of Post-Yugoslav States and Ukraine. This conference was organized by the Commission of Interfaith and Interreligious Dialogue, and I would like to thank Father Ihor for his direct involvement, and I would like to thank my colleagues from the Institute of Ecumenical Studies, especially Irina Kitura and Olga Komen for doing a lot of organizational work. I would like to thank our charity foundation RENOVABIS, which supported this idea. You've seen that the peace building ideas are not about just a single step to make. This is a path to take, and it requires time. We're looking at the experience of the Balkan countries. We can see that 20 and 30 years may not be enough. This is work for decades in the future, but this is the path that each community in this country will have to follow. We will have to help each other. We will fall and then get up. We will learn from our mistakes and move on. We can see that the experience of war is very contextualized. Well, we have heard the experience from Bosnia and Herzegovina, from Croatia, from Serbia, and other post-Yugoslav countries. And I would say that despite the fact that there are many similarities, our experience is very different. But when we talk to each other, we can have a better vision of what should be done, what should be paid attention to. So thank you very much for not being afraid to speak about this experience, despite the fact that it's a very painful experience and you have to relive it again. And we have to overcome the horrors of war together, the solidarity and unity, and moving forward together means that we are moving in the right direction. And I would like to ask the audience to give a round of applause to our participants from the post-Yugoslav countries. Your solidarity and your support to us is very important. Thank you. And before I pass the floor to Father Ihor, I would like to thank our interpreters, Sofia, Julia, and Alexandra, who did a hard job switching from one language into another. And I would like to thank our technical support team from Media Lviv, Oleg, Andrei, and Druvim, who helped us record all our speeches and all our discussions. And I would like to remind you that all the speeches and discussions from yesterday and today have been recorded in Ukrainian and in English, and they will be available on the website of the webpage of the Institute of Ecumenical Studies and on Live TV webpage as well. And I would like to thank our PR team who supported us, that's Marta Bilska and her assistants, and I would like to thank our volunteers, Sofia, Marta, Vladislava, Dmitro, Anna, and Alexandra. So I would like to thank everyone for participating in this conference. You know, we have so many organizers and we need to enumerate everyone, but I think that the key organizer is the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church, which has become a kind of an umbrella for everyone, and this beatitude Svetoslav is taking care of making sure that the church continues being the state-making church, the church which is interested in the society, the church which is not afraid to ask questions, even if these are complicated questions, and a church which also is looking for the answers to these questions. And today we've heard a comment that it was very interesting because they didn't expect the church could talk about things like that. We do that. We will continue doing that. We will be inviting our friends from abroad. And I would like to thank everyone who responded to our call, both participants from Ukraine and from the Balkan countries. We hope to have more participants. Unfortunately, they didn't make it, but they will definitely regret it because we have special gifts for our friends from the Balkan countries. We will find them somewhere after the end of the conference. But I am very grateful to everyone for this common discussion, for this dialogue, and for specific voices of specific people who have their specific experience. We are wishing you a very good day, and lunch is ahead of us. That's the most important part of the conference, as you know. Thank you.